Hi there.
Hi, everyone. Hello.
Welcome.
Hello.
How are you, online
Oh, I'm fine.
ephemeral
I'm fine.
audience? This is Bang on a Can. Welcome back to the fourth of our pandemic-related streaming marathons. We're very, very happy to have you. I am David Lang. Right below me, on my computer at least, is Julia Wolf. Next to her, that way on my computer, is Michael Gordon. And down below on my computer is the great George Crumb. So we're very happy that you're here. We're happy that George is here with us. And thank you so much again for joining us for this day.
It's nice to be with you.
And I just wanted to say that it's so fitting to have George Crumb as the opener. He's been so incredibly important to all of us with his magical music and really incredibly innovative vision, kicking off like a whole world of exploration of sound and color and you know, narrative, and just amazing music for so many of us, for so many of the generations, certainly for all the Bang on a Can generations. We had a wonderful sound check the other day, and we had composers, you know, just kind of getting started, and then some more senior composers, and George was there, and it was so exciting to see the mix of composers, but certainly a nod from everyone to George for joining us.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
We're, you know, so much of your career is legendary, and I just wanted to ask you about an early part of your life back in Ann Arbor with the Once Festival and the years leading up to Black Angels. I'm, you know, wonder if you could also just talk about Black Angels a little bit. You know, David Harrington of the Kronos Quartet, he goes, always says he started the Kronos Quartet in order to play Black Angels. And so, you know, and it really, you know, had such an amazing effect on American music and the performance of American music. Anyway, how did you, what were you thinking? You know,
How did you do that?
Well, during that same year, I wrote my first two pieces that were typically mine, you know, in my style, I think with Black Angels, and then another vocal work, Ancient Voices of Children, the same year. So it came together for me in a way, you know, at that time. But you referred to my student life too. I did attend the University of Michigan and study with Ross Lee Finney. And I hadn't had any composition lessons up to that point. And he was a marvelous teacher, and he set me straight about notation. My music before that, I was writing pieces since I was 11 or 12 years old. Of no account, you understand, just wanting to try to write some music. And my notation was horrible until he straightened me out.
Well,
So,
it seems like you took notation to an entirely different level. Those scores are, if anyone has never looked at a George Crumb score, they are works of art. I mean, they're not just scores, it's just, you know, not your typical notation. So he must have, I don't know if that was you starting from what he began, but you took it somewhere pretty remarkable.
that came a little later. You're referring to my circular notation and so
Well,
forth.
even Black Angels is spectacularly laid out and
Yes.
Just how
dramatically.
beautiful the calligraphy of it all is. It's really, and there have been museum shows of just your notation. So I know because
That's
I've
right.
seen.
Not a note is heard, but they see the scores on the walls. You know, yeah, I've seen a couple of those.
So it seems like you listened to your teacher very well, and then sort of took it as far as possible away from what he told you. So those of us who are teachers respect that.
Yes, those were the first two works, I think, that where I felt that I found my own styles, so to speak. And I took it from there, you know. That was my starting point.
I remember, you know, of course, Black Angels, you know, I remember that the early 70s. And of course, I was just, a year or two yet, like the war ended when I was 17. So I just missed the draft. But, I remember I would go to school and in phys ed, the phys ed teacher was always, getting us ready to go to Vietnam, and yeah, just what that felt like back then, and
Mhm.
what what protest music is. I mean, in a certain sense, Black Angels is a piece of protest music.
It is, yes, it is. And I remember that period very intensely too. Then, of course, it can't stop there. I had to look into other, ways of writing music after that time. So this piece that you're playing, one of a more recent piece. Well, it's still about 20 years old. A Little Midnight Music.
Can you tell us a little bit more about what we're going to hear today? And I know it's an excerpt from a larger piece. So
Two
yes,
movements, right?
You're hearing two pieces of a nine movement, little movements, but I think about 21 minutes in duration. And this was a kind of a well, there was this Italian pianist, Emanuele Arciuli, and he was commissioning several people to write short pieces on Thelonious Monk's Around Midnight, the jazz piece. And so the premiere of this piece of mine took place in Rome in 2002. So that's how I got to know him. He's played it around quite a bit, And the pieces cover a great deal. He asked for a short piece, So I delivered this piece. I wasn't sure even he'd want to play a longer piece, But he played it as it was several times, and I was happy with the piece.
And when you're writing, because I know one of the movements goes inside the piano, it's so carefully chosen, these specific pitches and the sonic quality of working inside the piano. Do you have a piano there where you are? Are you finding these notes right there in the studio?
Oh yes, I have my own piano. I have two pianos in the house, but the one I use, is I explore very, very carefully to find the sounds I want. And all of my piano music, starting with 5 pieces for piano, I forget the exact date of that piece, but it's a few years before the Black Angels. And then I am very much interested in the coloristic effects that the piano can provide. We call it extended piano. It can include pizzicato notes or harmonics produced by touching the node on the string to get to different pitches. All of that's then combined with the piano, the normal keyboard, the traditional piano. Also special pedal effects, can play a part in that. But I feel that I haven't given up on the keyboard part of the piano. To me, that's exceptionally important. And I've heard some pieces by younger composers maybe that exploit only the very special effects. But I rather prefer to combine those effects with a normal piano sound.
Fantastic.
What are you writing now?
Well, I'm doing the third book on I call the piece Metamorphoses. It's really an idea stolen from Mussorgsky, the Russian composer, his piece called Pictures at an Exhibition. And I was writing these pieces to actually turn my favorite paintings to turn into music somehow, you know. And two of these, first one only has been played so far. The second volume of Metamorphoses will be played in about a month here in Philadelphia. And then I'm working now on a third volume for two pianos. The first two were for a single piano.
That's like the macrocosmos.
Yeah,
Structure as
well,
well.
that's right. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right.
Well, listen, thank you so much. It's now that we found you, we're not letting go so
We
quick.
don't want to let you go.
So we're going to be back in touch, and we expect to see you on future Bang on a Can events. And it's your birthday coming up, so happy birthday.
Oh, thank you. Yes, just a few days.
Yeah.
And Susan Grace is standing by to play your work.
Yeah, she does it beautifully. She does my music beautifully.
So we're going to go to hear Susan Grace right now. And thank you, George, so much for speaking with us.
Nice chatting.
Thank you so much.
It's really an honor.
Let's go to Susan.
We don't want to let you go.
So we're going to be back in touch, and we expect to see you on future Bang on a Can events. And it's your birthday coming up, so happy birthday.
Oh, thank you. Yes, just a few days.
Yeah.
And
Okay, that
Wow,
was
thank you so
the
much.
amazing George Crumb and Susan Grace joining us from Colorado. So now we turn to Annie Gosfield. We're going to New York City. As you can see, Annie is right there in the East Village. Annie, tell us where you are exactly.
I'm wet. If nobody comes and stalks me, I'm at 12th Street and 2nd Avenue, and what you see behind me is like a green screen of what I see out the window. And above my head, it says, "Art is the only escape."
Nice.
Great. And right behind you, that big arched building is a famous Yiddish theater that.
Yeah, it's the old folks theater that my grandparents used to go to.
So if we arranged your chair just right, your green screen could be exactly the same as the view out your window.
Yep. But
which seems very meta to me.
Yeah.
So Annie, thanks so much for joining us. I mean, Annie, just so all your viewers out there know, is a longtime friend of Bangin' a Can. We've had the pleasure of having so much of your music in New York City, up at Mass Mocha. It's really odd to see you and not see you in person because we've shared so many spaces together, but amazing that we were all able to realize new work, and especially in this case, a brand new work for Ken Thompson. Annie's in New York. Ken is in Berlin. He's living in Berlin now for a stretch. How did that work? Did you guys rehearse over Zoom or how did you work this piece out with Ken?
I actually just started writing. I think many of us were experiencing some creativity slowdowns or blocks. So this was really great, and I thank you guys to get started. And me and Ken, our most recent rehearsal was at 4 a.m. my time.
Convenient for him in Berlin.
It was 4 a.m. for me, and it was 10 a.m. for him in Berlin. This is only because I would do anything to not have to wake up at 8 a.m.
Oh, so you stayed up until 4. Oh, I see. I like that. And he's waking up early with small children in Berlin. Glad that worked. That's great. I know you've mentioned that this piece incorporates broadcast signals on radio waves. We're kind of in a radio wave world at this moment. So yeah, tell us, what was the inspiration for including these electronic sounds?
Well, there's a lot of jammed radio signals that I researched when I was in Berlin, actually, in 2012. And I thought this would be a really good allegory for humans communicating just over radio waves, as we do with Zoom. So I created this very dense track that's all radio interference and jammed radio signals and kind of glitchy stuff. It's kind of glorifying what happens when you have a problem with your buffer, when somebody else is trying to jam your signal. And overlaid by all this is Ken, and I tried to make it very Ken and bring out both the new music-y stuff and the marching band and this kind of joyous, part foreboding, part joyous, against this backdrop of electronics and radio waves that we are all surviving.
Fantastic.
When you say jammed radio waves, how were they jammed and who jammed them?
In World War II and the Cold War primarily, and it still happens now, if you wanted to jam your opponents or your enemies' radio waves, you would set up a radio station on that same signal. You would broadcast on the same signal. So you hear like woo, 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 and these like sine waves and square waves. So I took all of these and I altered them and I layered them. And at the end, there's this kind of big marching band thud bass drum sound. And that is a square wave or a pulse wave that I transposed down a few octaves. So I thought just getting down to this very basic rhythmic line from the radio transmissions. But
Cool.
the jammed radio signal was this pulse trying to drown out the other signal.
Annie, I just want to also just acknowledge that Raleigh Marcus and Stephen Block have commissioned this piece. You have fans in LA, so that's really fantastic. And I know that Ken Thompson in Berlin is standing by ready to play your piece, which is called Curveballs and Asteroids. And this is a world premiere. So we're very excited to hear it. And thank you for being part of today.
Thank you.
And we're going to go to Ken Thompson in Berlin and listen to this new piece. Fantastic.
Okay.
Whoa.
Oh, amazing. That was Ken Thompson joining us from Berlin, where he was playing Annie Gosfield's piece, Curveballs and Asteroids. Really beautiful. Thanks so much, Ken. I also, speaking of thanks, I want to thank everyone who has bought a ticket. This is a free concert, so we wanted to make it that anyone can tune in from anywhere. Like, we've had people coming in over these marathons from Brazil to Singapore to wherever. But it certainly means a lot when you can buy a ticket and you can support the artists and the cause. Greatly appreciate it. So thank you so much.
You don't have to buy a ticket.
You don't have to. It's totally free, which is kind of been a tradition we've been able to maintain for a number of the marathons, not all of them, but trying to welcome in everybody, young, old, no barriers to hearing this exciting new music.
And thanks, Raleigh, Marcus, and Stephen Block for commissioning that new piece by Annie Gosfield. And thanks also to some other people who've been commissioning music: Margaret Cullum, Lawrence Greenfield, Russ Irwin, Michael Kushner, Herb Leventer, George Lewis, Rob Mason, Gordon Nicole, Maria and Robert Skurnick, Jane and Richard Stewart, and Connie Steensma and Rick Prince, who are are actually the commissioners of the next piece you're going to hear.
So just so you know how all this works, first of all, thanks to all the commissioners. And just as it's a free concert, but you can buy a ticket if you want, these are free commissions to you also, but you can commission a piece as well if you would like. So please, you know, everything that we raise here just goes to the players. Everyone gets paid. It's really important in the time of COVID that people who have no other avenue to get paid for their work can get paid. And that's one of the things that we're really proud of from Bang on Can, is that we're paying everybody to do everything except for us, of course. But one thing that's really interesting right now is you will notice that composers will come in and talk to us all day. But sometimes they're going to be in and out of order because some of the composers are composer performers. We have the composer room as one separate Zoom meeting, and we have the performer room as one separate Zoom meeting. And because of the vagaries of the internet, they're out of sync with each other. So the way this has to work is that the next performer, Christina Wheeler, who also coincidentally lives in Berlin, she is going to be doing her performance, and then she'll come back later on and we'll be talking to her later. And you'll see this happen during the day over and over again, that people are slightly out of order. We will get to everybody. So that means you have to stick around for the whole show.
So the next place we're going to will be Christina Wheeler performing her own work. And this is also a commission. So some of the pieces are for composers writing new works for another performer. In this case, she's writing a new work for herself. The title is A Coda for the Totality of Blackness Trilogy. This is a world premiere streaming live from Berlin. Yeah, I don't know if Christina's ready to go.
Well, we're going to go to Christina in a second. I also want to tell you, November 15th, we've done 4 marathons, Bang on a Can marathons, 4. Since May, which has been keeping us busy. I hope it's been keeping you busy. On November 15th, there's a whole other part of Bang on a Can called Found Sound Nation. And they run an incredible festival called One Beat Music. So on November 15th, we will be live streaming right here, a One Beat festival, a One Beat marathon. Okay, had a long pause there between the words there.
We'll tell you more about that as we go along.
We will tell you more, but Sunday, November 15th, so you can mark it on your calendar. This is it's going to be fantastic. We may even pop in and say hi.
We'll be there.
We'll be there. We'll be listening. Yeah, we're going to go to Christina Wheeler in Berlin right now and hear a new world premiere of a new work. And thanks again, Connie Steensma and Richard Prins for commissioning this piece. And let's do it. Let's go to Berlin.
If I close my eyes and all states exist simultaneously, and I perceive this state of being, or is this merely fantasy? My imagination completes me. My imagination is real. It feeds my inspiration. It fulfills my aspiration. Yet, how do we move beyond our sense of space and time? There is no perfect union, no total separation. These states are our continuities. These states are our constructions. If there is just here, just now, these are constructions too. How can we access all space and time so far from our perceptions grasp? Yet there must be somewhere to go from the here of our now. This now is not acceptable. We must have change. The question still remains, what is to be done, and how do we get to where we want to be? We live in separation, constructed and perceived, yet we are all connected. Our incapacity to perceive this imperils our existence, holds us back from higher states of consciousness. Yet these constructions are constructions. The spectral totality is also a construction, a state we strive to access in our everyday entanglement. We long to be free from the limitations of our seemingly finite humanity. Yet all we seem to possess is our mundane experience. And the question still remains, what is to be done? And how do we get to where we want to be?
was commissioned for this event, for this online streaming marathon. We're thrilled now to welcome Alvin Singleton into the squares of us. I believe Alvin's in Atlanta, is that right? In your studio?
Yep.
Fantastic. Well, Alvin, tell us a little bit about this piece. I know before we were in the waiting room, you were letting us know how this piece came to be, which was kind of remarkable, and a little bit about its continued history.
Well, it was written for someone's degree recital at Yale. And the performance professors would ask their students to ask a composer to write a piece for their degree recitals, which I thought was really imaginative, but because it's like getting a real commission, and the performer has to learn a new piece, and it's very important all around. And the person I wrote for, his name was Ronald Crutcher. I used to go to his dorm room twice a week and watch him practice. And then I would say, how'd you do that? How'd you do that? And I'd write things down, and we put things together, and over a long period of time, came up with a piece.
Well, amazing, amazing, truly collaborative process. Big shout out to all those performance faculty that actually encourage that. It's such a wonderful thing to.
Well, I love that idea so much. Actually, you know, there's this big discussion going on in the world right now about how to change the repertoire.
Yeah.
And it seems like that's like a basic level way of doing it, is to just say that students who are going through school are expected to help refresh the music that we play. You know, it seems like that would lead to a better world, but maybe that's off the topic right now. So
That's on topic. That's
Oh,
good.
no, on topic.
And today I know.
The fact that we're discussing it makes it a better world already.
Sure. And I know Seth Parker Woods is joining us. I can't remember what city he's in right now, but has he been playing your piece for a while? Have you gotten the chance to hear him play it?
Yeah, I've heard him play it once, and then I heard him on video playing, but he is just so good. Really, you know, he's like another generation.
Now, he wasn't even born when this piece was written.
No.
You know, how does it feel now to see, you know, several generations down, playing this work and, you know, taking it forward?
Well, it feels good, but you know, I'm more concerned now, man. All of a sudden I'm getting a lot of performances, and I'm saying, oh my God, what's going on? What have I done?
I would say that's a good thing.
Yeah, I hear. I keep thinking, when is it going to stop?
Well,
It's not
speaking
gonna
of right
stop.
now, Alvin, what are you working on right now? Do you have a new project you're developing?
Yeah, I'm working on a tuba and piano piece.
Did you say a tuba?
Yeah, tuba. Yeah.
Great. I don't think there's a big repertoire for tuba and piano. That's
Well, it
Yeah.
came from a band director who's also a tubist, and he has 16 other people who came in on the commission.
That's great.
They have these tuba groups that get together and they meet, and I don't know what else they do, but
you're-
Well,
the piece is I forgot already. Let's see. Oh yeah, I'm calling it Topless.
that's pretty funny.
That's a tuba.
Yeah.
Can you say something about the music that we're going to hear in your cello piece today? Yeah.
Agaru is a word that comes from a Twi language, which is spoken in Ghana. And I have solo pieces that are all Agarus. And this one we hear today, the cello piece, is the second of the series. The first was piano, the second is cello, the third is flute, fourth is viola, fifth is bass clarinet, and then there's an extension from there's a version of it for alto flute from the bass clarinet. The sixth is marimba, seventh is vibraphone, 8th is snare drum, and I will be doing a 9th one after, after I finish the tuba piece, and that'll be violin.
Has anyone ever done all of them, one after another, as one solo event?
Well, I recently got an offer that they would like to do an online performance of all of the pieces.
It seems perfect for that.
Great.
Yeah, well,
That's-
then I didn't know what to say. I had to get off the floor first. So that's and then I have a piece that I finished early June. During this period, this terrible period, I'm working so much.
That's
And
fantastic.
I wrote a piece for string orchestra and piano for Abadaj and Pratt. And the string orchestra was going to be a far cry, but it's been recently changed to the orchestra in Florida. What's that orchestra in
Oh,
Miami?
the
The New World Symphony?
Oh yeah, New World Symphony.
Oh,
Oh, great.
amazing. Yeah.
And it premiered in April.
That's great. Well, for those people during the pandemic who are in a position to be healthy and safe,
Yeah.
there's not much else to do when you stay home other than work. So, so if you can be safe, then you might as well write music. So,
Well, I would probably do it anyway. So.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so I got a note here that Seth Parker Woods is standing by,
Yeah.
ready to play Argoru 2.
Yeah.
And thank you so much for joining us. And
Thank you, Alvin.
Yeah, this is great, boy. I tell you, it's like a family meeting.
Where's the pumpkin pie?
And we hope to see you soon, Alvin.
Okay.
Be well.
We got to get you back here for the premiere of
Yeah,
Argoru 9.
I don't know if you noticed, I wore my Brooklyn hat.
You got the right hat on.
Yeah.
We're going to Seth Parker Woods.
Yeah. Will I be able to see him play or?
Yes.
To switch.
You'll have to switch to the Bang in a Can site.
The bangonacan.org.
Where you can view the performance.
Yeah, bangonacan.org, and then just follow the links.
Marathon 2020.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to go watch too.
I'm going to watch too.
And there's it'll be in a minute, so you have time to get there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Bye, Alan. Let's go to Seth Parker Woods.
Take a look. Hey, that
Wow.
was
Hi.
Seth Parker Woods, and he was Alvin
Yay!
Singleton's piece.
And thank,
Yay!
Two beautiful.
and thank you so much to Connie Steensma, Richard Prince for commissioning Christina Wheeler's piece. We have Christina right here. Your piece is a coda for the Totality of Blackness trilogy.
Yes.
So what is the Totality of Blackness trilogy? Do you want to?
It's a 3-part audio, visual, immersive, multi-speaker array ambisonic performance piece with audience positioning in it. And it was a response to the Black Lives Matter movement, but an artistic delving into how systemic racism, breeds fear around Blackness, and then taking it a step further and looking at where these fears come from and going a step further and going deeper, looking into where our fears are in life and what would life look like if we didn't have division, and what could be the most intimate and expansive way that we could make active choice to move through separation to intimacy. So surrender is the middle part, emerge from the surrender to the totality of Blackness is the middle part, emerge from the totality of Blackness is the first part. And the final one is called Resonate in the Totality of Blackness. And I haven't even written that yet. So when you said, okay, make a new piece, I tend to kind of work in whatever's like on my mind at the time. And so I was like, okay, well, maybe if I write this coda, maybe it'll help me to figure out what part 3 is supposed to be about. So everything's subject to change. I would call now this coda abridged, because actually, probably if I play it again, it'll probably be about 15 minutes long. Like, I like to stretch things out a little bit more. So, but I knew we had to like be on point, on time.
It's the
So
composer,
yeah.
it's the composer performer's prerogative to make the performance as long as you want it to be.
except when you're waiting and you don't want to be going late and running late, although, so yeah.
Well, Christina,
Christina,
you
you're-
also just realized this piece with such amazing materials. First of all, beautiful voice and beautiful singing, and some amazing instruments that I wasn't always sure what the instrument was, and I know they're
Right.
with you. If you can explain some of these kind of very unique acoustic instruments, and
Right.
as well as the electronics that you're using.
Right. So I work in an in-between space between the voice, which is, originally acoustic, can be processed, electroacoustic and electronic instruments, and also lots of effects and processing and looping and delays, so that you really span this gamut between the acoustic to the analog and the digital. And then I'm kind of interested in what happens if you take all those sounds and kind of fold them on themselves. And then the next step is, if you take that middle place where they're folded on themselves, kind of imagine stretching that out and then folding that on itself again, and seeing really all kinds of different sonorities that happen. I'm also, very fine with the limitations of the instruments. I've got this, let's see if I can lift things up without like breaking anything here. Show and tell time. So this is a 12-tone array, 12-tone solid body stereo electric Imbira. It's really cool because it plays the same notes on the left and right side. So you can process the left side with one kind of sound, process that the other side with another. There's virtually no instrument that I know. I mean, you could retune a guitar, but even so, the strings are going to be different. So then I also have a solid body or semi-solid body electric auto harp. So this only does major triads, minor triads, and dominants, but because I'm running it through processing, you get all kinds of microtonal stuff that's going on that's really kind of fun and interesting. So you don't have to like throw out the baby with the bathwater. You can still keep like traditional elements, but do interesting things with them. And then I have this cue cord that you couldn't really see because the camera wasn't big enough. And it's the digital virtual MIDI version. So this gets processed through more sounds. The sounds in it are really corny and cheesy, but I like to process them a lot, and then they sound like something totally different. And then I have an iPad, which has a strum plate on it. And then I have the Theremin that is over here, and that's processed some more. So I'm really interested in the way that different texture materials resonate in space, and then how that sound gets changed when you process it through electronics. And very much gesture is very much a part of what I do in terms of what I make. So I do this work but I also do all kinds of other things that I'm very happy and always excited and proud about. I've done everything from big pop tours. I still do vocals for house and techno tracks. So I'm very free. I mean, if Arthur Russell could do it all, I can do it too. So
Yeah, well, I think each area enriches the other. I mean, because you can hear
absolutely,
elements
yeah,
coming in from different vocal traditions, and
yeah.
beautiful. And what took you to Berlin? What brought
I
you
had lived in New York since I went to school, and it was after 9/11, and everything just got a little too hard and a little too expensive. And Berlin's a big center for electronic music, but I'm not here all the time. Like I split my time between here and Los Angeles. So now my permanent home in Los Angeles, everybody's clear, like I'm not just here, I'm also there. So I go back and forth between the two when it's not pandemic time. And so, you know, I've been, you know, here, you know, in sheltering in place. So, and looking forward to one day, someday when I can come back. So
sometime soon? Yeah.
Sometime
Yeah, I
when
hope so.
you are flying overhead in New York, you should please stop down and visit us.
Well, I do tend to break up the flight where I go to New York first. I was there in February, and then that was like my last big like touring time between gig in New York, gig in San Francisco, gig in LA, doing university guest teaching, stuff like that. So yeah. But I miss New York terribly. I miss my friends. I miss the food. I, you know, miss the arts. I miss all of
Well,
that good stuff.
It seems like half of New York is moving to Berlin, so I think maybe you should order takeout, and you know, it'll get over there pretty soon.
Well, I'm a pretty good cook, and they have a lot of like nicely priced organic food here. So anybody that knows me knows I cook a lot. There's always posting online of different things I'm making.
Oh,
So.
I want to see that actually.
Yeah.
check
Well,
out.
my family's originally from New Orleans, so we take food and cooking very seriously. And so, you know, food's a big part of my life.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
What is going on in Berlin in terms of concerts? I mean, we have nothing live in the States, or if
Actually, they've been opening things up here. It's really kind of everybody to what they feel comfortable with. The spaces are doing their best in terms of observing social distancing and hygiene and stuff like that. You know, obviously there's no guarantees for anybody of anything anywhere, but it looks hopeful. We'll see what happens. We've got a spike going, and so I hope that going through into the fall and the winter, we'll be able to keep doing things. But I'm actually planning on starting, if I can get this all together now that I've done all my tech for today, to do a weekly Sunday evening live stream for myself. So I'm going to call it Music for Meditating, Lovemaking, and Astral Projecting.
Nice.
I think we need all that.
We need it all.
Well, that's what I figure that'd be good for everybody on a Sunday.
And that'll be from your website, or?
ChristinaWheeler.com. I'm also on socials, the Christina Wheeler for my music page on Instagram, and Christina Wheeler Music at Facebook. You can find me all over. So I think it'll be Sundays at 7 Central European time, 1 p.m. New York City time, 10 a.m. West Coast time.
Cool.
Yeah.
Michael,
We are so happy to have been able to chat with you, Christina.
Yeah, likewise. You know, I have come to the Bang on a Ken festivals in years past. I used to work with Mark Stewart years ago.
Great.
Like a whole bunch of my friends, near and dear, are playing. You know, I've worked with Kamei, who is playing either that time before, the one before that. Nicole Mitchell and I have a duo project together called Iridescent. And yeah, this is like family style. I get to see everybody playing today, and it's all very exciting.
I also loved when we had the little composer get together before the festival started, before the marathon started.
Right.
George Crumb was there, and then you had a nice connection with him because you had sung his music.
Yeah, that was really kind of thrilling. And it was, you know, one of those great challenges when you're in graduate school to do some really rigorous music. I don't know if you've ever looked at the score for Night of the Four Moons. It's heavy duty. It's you know, so, but that was really great. You know, I had this idea in my head. I was kind of like thinking it would be amazing to do like Bang on a Can presents composers on composing. like start a regular series where composers, kind of like, you know, the way Interview magazine would have like two people in the same field interview each other instead of a reporter, and have two composers get together and have regular things where you just sit down and rap about like, what's your process? How do you do what you do? Because what I've loved about these online streams is so many people I'd never known before. And then what's different, say, than being at a concert is that you've been, you know, interviewing people before and afterwards. And so there'd be somebody new, I'm like, oh, that's so cool. And they say a little bit like, wow, I want to know more about that person. What are they about? How are they working? Their work is so awesome. That's great. So that's my
A nice idea.
my offer, my idea. Yeah.
A kind of Zoom/podcast, but with the visual elements, you can see the people and
Yeah, just rapping and talking, keep it simple and easy, and, you know, kind of demystify the whole composing process. And also for composers, talk about where it's going now, what's new, what's fresh, what are people thinking about, how is it changing? And also an opportunity to document, because I think for a lot of contemporary music, like the people, especially for people who are like, you know, underserved and underrepresented, like their stories aren't out there. And I think it would be really important for their stories to be heard, to be archived, and to be kept. So, yeah.
I
Thank
agree.
you so much. It's been great. I know that Hauschka is standing by. He's up next.
Hauschka, tell him hi. He's in another part of Germany.
Right.
Thank you
you
for
so
the great
much.
performance.
Thank you for having
Thanks so much.
me. I'm
And,
looking forward to seeing us in person when we're on the other side in real life.
Either
Yeah.
there or here. Yes.
Inshallah.
Yeah, yeah.
And we're
Okay.
off to just somewhere else in Germany to hear Hauschka. So here we
Okay,
go.
thank you.
See you later.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Thank you, Hauschka. Hauschka was joining us here from Germany. He'll be joining this circle a little bit later, and look forward to hearing more about.
Germany
how
is
he
a
created
big
his work.
place. Germany is a big place. We'll
Big
have to
place.
ask him where in Germany he is.
Absolutely.
Sorry.
But we're thrilled now to go to Minneapolis. We're welcoming in Jeff Brooks. He is one of the composers who was commissioned, wrote a new piece especially for today, for this festival. His work is for Mark Stewart, who is in Western Massachusetts. So really curious to hear, first of all, how you chose the double neck guitar, whether he suggested it or you just have always wanted to write for double neck guitar, and how the process of creating the work went.
No, I just wanted to write a piece for Mark, and I've been writing pieces for Mark for. He was my main guitarist that I've written for all these years, and all these electric guitar pieces. Was he part of the? Was Mark part of the Michael Gordon Philharmonic in the early stages?
For a period, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So I was writing for him back then in the Michael Gordon Philharmonic when he was with that famous predecessor to the All Stars. But I always felt that Mark had this kind of shamanistic, slightly edge to him. Where slightly mysterious powers. And I wanted to write a piece it was for healing, and so I wanted to draw on that part of Mark and just get into that aspect of his playing and the meditative quality that it has. But like I was just mentioning to it, you realize just in the last few days that the piece, while meditative, it's not like a delicate piece that he initially thought it was. It's a rough piece that can handle some volume. And the two neck guitar was his idea. He said, "I've got this wonderful instrument. I got this, and I don't have anything to play on it." And I thought, okay, yeah, I can do that. The two neck monster that you don't really need two necks on a guitar. They've been doing fine with one neck, since playing lute songs, and I wanted to use both necks at the same time, which is hard to do because one you've got want to do both. So the 12 string neck has been retuned, so you can just pluck on the 12 string, and then you can hammer on and get some sustain on the 6 string neck. So
Jeff, you started out playing the electric guitar, is that right? Or
that's a rumor to that effect. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a rumor about that, and I somehow remember there's a story about your first guitar.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of stories, but that's I don't know if you don't want to get started down.
Okay, what about the title of your piece?
Yeah, it's called Santuario, which is just there's a particular place that I had in mind, the Santuario de Chimayo in New Mexico, which is a special. You can see people as you go there. They're walking on crutches to be healed at this place where the dirt is considered to be sacred or have healing properties. The chilies are very good also. They grow.
I remember when you went there many years ago, you sent me some dried chilies.
Yeah.
I love that you've tapped into that part of Mark, because I mean, I think people identify him so strongly with the Banging Can All-Stars or with Paul Simon. And but when you get him alone, and also with all his instrument building, and he's got a whole barn full of instruments he's built, and how deeply he speaks music. Just the way you articulated that he's like the shaman. we all feel that. So it's so beautiful that in this moment you captured that in it's a part of the piece. It's part of what the piece is. So it's an exciting thing about putting two people together, that someone who's going to see that potential in a player and then put it into music.
It's funny, there's a certain, so Jane Stewart, no relation to Mark, who was, she and Richard commissioned the piece, because they were going through a place where they needed healing in their life too. And there's all this, I know Mark had some family tragedy. He lost his father at the time. And you know, we're all going through different kinds of pain and suffering that needed to be addressed. I think this piece, just a lot of things were coming together at the same time, that the piece drew energy from and turned it into more of a positive thing. Especially if you add the Marshall stacks.
Well, here's a prayer and hope that everyone is healed.
Yeah.
And
Thank you for mentioning Dick and Jane. The piece was commissioned by Banging the Can with support from Dick and Jane Stewart. Jane Stewart, a longtime board member of Banging the Can, so supportive from the very beginning. She's totally psyched about this piece. I spoke to her a couple months back, and she's like, "I'm so excited about this new piece Jeff is writing for Mark." So it's wonderful to have that support and enthusiasm for the project.
Yeah.
And we're going to go to North Adams, Massachusetts, to hear Mark Stewart play Jeff Brooks's new piece, which Santuario.
Yeah.
And on the double neck electric guitar. So let's go hear.
Yeah.
Let's go hear Mark right now.
Okay.
Okay, I'm super psyched to hear this.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you so much, Jeff.
Thanks, David.
Thanks. Hello. We just heard Mark Stewart playing a brand new work, world premiere of Jeff Brooks's work commissioned specifically for this event, up in his fantastic barn in North Adams, Massachusetts. Beautiful, beautiful performance. And first of all, I want to thank everyone who's been able to buy a ticket. So appreciated. The concert's free. We want to make it available to everybody anywhere, but so helpful when people are able to buy a ticket. It supports the artists and keeps the wheels turning. So thank you so much. At this point, we are so happy that Hauschka has joined us from Dusseldorf. We just learned from Dusseldorf in Germany, for his remarkable piece, for the beautiful performance. And now we're going to just ask him a little bit about the creation of the work, and what maybe all of those objects are. So thank you so much for joining us.
Well, thank you for having me. It was a pleasure. I mean, it would be nicer to be in one room, of course. You know? But yeah, no, it was a pleasure. And also, I mean, just looking at the effort that you've, you know, how you created this whole marathon, it's like, I mean, you know, it's incredible to see that things can move, and that things can happen in a way. So I'm very glad to be a part of that.
Thank you. Well, we're thrilled that you're part of it. We're big fans for many years. So tell us about the piece, what you just played.
Well, you know, I mean, as I maybe I've said that a couple of times already, I'm always switching between music that I'm writing and music that I'm doing intuitively without any preparation. And I'm trying to not think about preparation at all, because I have the feeling whenever I start to prepare myself, I'm already prepared. You know, so I'm trying to avoid any kind of thought, and in a way, the most excitement I have is actually not to repeat things. So in a way, I'm in that case, for example, specifically, you know, I haven't played for a while, because a lot of times in my record world, mostly all the performances are happening with a record, and I wanted to get rid of records before I'm I wanted to get out of the kind of concept of always being forced to release something and then I have to do other things. So the kind of, you know, the kind of chain, the chain reaction, I wanted to cut that off. And so the performance, for example, tonight was a complete, I was sitting down and just got some elements with me. And then I started in a way. And of course, I know a little bit the effects and I know the things, how they work. But it's always surprising because sometimes you feel like, oh, I'm running out of juice. You know, there's something, and I think the scary thing about that is that when you feel that this is happening, then you work against it, and in a way, everything you hear is in a way kind of, you know, a reaction of how I feel actually, pretty much. So that's what I did.
The interesting thing is that actually the action of preparing the piano is a structure. So that just the act of saying these notes are changed and this is how they are changed, that's enough of a score to say, you know, here's a proposition for how to make a piece of music. Yeah. Can you talk a little bit about prepared piano? Because of course, you know, everyone talks about, you know, how your music is doing something completely different from the way we all inherited the idea of prepared piano from John Cage. Or also we had George Crumb here earlier on the program. And so this, I think we have a little series going on here, people who do interesting things inside the piano. But your approach seems very different because of the interface with electronics. So maybe you can say something about how you found that.
Yeah, well, I was coming in a way, you know, in the beginning I was in a hip hop band, and then I was writing mostly all the you know, the songs for it. I was maybe kind of producing the music, and I was trying to be a front guy, but it didn't work out for me. So I was rather the guy that was working on other things. But when I was suddenly I found out that in a way, when I released the first records, that in a way I was driven by getting something out of the music industry. And then I found out that this is not my purpose in a way. I wanted to find something that I want to do. So I cut off everything like that I knew before, and I started to do in a way electronic music without piano. There was no piano involved. I worked on, I just wanted to have no form, no length limitation, and no singers. That was the in a way the three things that I wanted to have first, from where I can start from. And not singing, I mean singers in terms of songs, because songs always in a way gave a form of 3 minutes and 20, which was the radio length at that time. So I cut off all that, and I started to, you know, record field recordings. I made some recordings in the underground of, you know, I was hanging microphones in the water, in the canals of every street, and I was trying to figure out what the sound of water is and what, you know, how actually the dungeons are sounding in a way. So I was recording that, and I used other elements to create structure. And then I found out that the piano, in a way that I learned, and that was my instrument in a way, could work as well as a kind of synthesizer in a way, without using, you know, without using pre-recorded elements. And that's how I started. So I started with using like foil to create hi-hats, and using sticks to create drums. And in a way, then I found out that it's in a way fantastic, because when I tape things dead, I have to change my habits to play melodies, because when I'm normally playing, you know, I think every musician has certain patterns where you start with, and then by taping certain notes that you're using all the time, by taping them completely dead and use them as a percussion instrument, suddenly your your technique is changing in a way. And that's how I started to, you know, in a way, use the patterns to create different sounds.
You want to tell us what you've been doing since March? We've all been kind of, you know, locked down, and I think in Germany you're a little freer right now than we are. I mean,
Yeah.
but do you have it?
Not,
Well, you know, I mean, I've canceled quite some shows. I remember I did a few in the beginning, and then suddenly Germany, of course, was locked down. Then I did 2 concerts, one in the Elbphilharmonie in Hamburg, but there was a one where the Elbphilharmonie was completely empty, and the people were sitting outside and watching the harbor, and so the concert was transmitted to the outside. It was a little weird because
wow.
I was detached, of course, and I was not knowing how they feel about it, you know. So I was asking people outside, and I don't know what did they think, you know, because and then I did one open air. Quite nice, but in a way, somehow I felt it's maybe not the right time in a way. I'm feeling a little bit more introverted, and not because I'm of course I'm forced to that, but at the same time, I was always a guy who was walking in the forest and you know, and just being by myself, or you know, just going inside in a way. That was nothing that that is difficult for me. So that was one thing, and the other thing is I'm luckily enough, I had you know, since 2016, I'm doing every year quite a handful of scores for films, and in a way that is not stopping. It's not stopping. It's continuing. I can, you know, it's in a way wonderful that I have the opportunity of just sitting in my studio and work on a film score.
We feel lucky to catch up with you.
Yeah. Well, thank you that I could catch up with you guys and the 3 of you in a row.
So thank you for the performance, and thank you for chatting with us. And we hope
We hope to
is-
stay in touch.
We'll see you
Yes.
again.
We will.
And we're off. We're going to go to hear Mazz Swift play her piece "Give Up the World," and Hauschka, Volker. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
No, no,
can't now. I can't now. I can't now be nice to nobody. Just like Tyshawn said, I can't now. I can't now be nice to nobody. I used to live in the world, really be in the world, free and sweet talking. Good morning and thank you and nice day to you. But I can't now. I can't now be nice to nobody. No. No. No, I can't now. I can't now. I can't be nice to nobody. Thank you.
Switching. How's it going, gang?
Good. Welcome, Greg.
Thank you.
From Arizona. Yeah. Thanks so much.
Yeah, I'm in Tucson,
joining us.
Katy Town.
So, yeah, tell
That
us.
was Mazz Swift.
Thank you. Yes, that was Mazz Swift. It was Mazz Swift coming just before this. And now we're so happy to
Bravo.
welcome Greg in. So, Greg, tell us where you are and what life is like at the moment.
Well, there's what life would have been like had this commission not come in. I mean, it would have just been unremitting misery and total boredom. And, you know, and my notebook would have been totally empty, you know. I saw this thing come into the inbox saying, you know, from Cerrone saying he wanted a piece. And yeah, it's like everybody I'm talking to is going through something similar where they feel like that it's good to have a project. But if you don't have somebody asking you to do a project, it's also sometimes difficult to self-motivate, you know. So I was incredibly grateful when I received this, and I realized, like, oh, good, I have to do something.
Oh, well, we're so thrilled. I mean, just, you know, admired so many of the things that you've been doing, everything you've been doing.
Oh, thanks.
So kind of cool to imagine you interfacing with David Klassen, who's just.
Oh, yeah, it's been so fun. I didn't know him at all.
Done that? How have you worked? Did you work together over Zoom? How did you?
Well, we've met a couple times over the past few weeks. You know, like the score, the way I wrote it, you know, I mean, absolutely pristine, lacking any dynamic markings, articulation markings. It just looks like it was, you know, spat out by a computer or something. And but then, you know, as we start rehearsing it, that's when, you know, I can demand of him that he you know, play as loud as possible with the softest mallets that he has, or other things that are extremely awkward and maybe not his first choice. Remove the resonators from the xylophone to make it harder to hear what notes he's playing. No, it's been so fun. I mean, actually, we had a phone call, you know, pretty soon after I sent it to him. And I don't know, I just felt like it clicked immediately. He really, like, we just were feeling the same kind of tension about, you know, what to try and project, you know, with the piece or whatever. It's
It
been
must
so
be
cool.
hard. It must be hard though, as a drummer, sometimes to be able to work with another drummer. You know, like how do you tell them to do the things that are your personal things? You know,
I wasn't even, I wasn't even thinking about the drums actually. I've been spending lockdown with my partner, Sarah, and one thing I've noticed about a lot of people having their lockdown, I see people like, oh, we've been catching up on all these TV shows and we've been watching all these movies, and Sarah doesn't like movies. It's too scary. TV show, same thing, doesn't matter. I think she saw Mrs. Doubtfire when she was a kid and that was it. She cut off and said, okay, I'm not doing movies. So like we're sitting here in lockdown for months and like, what are we gonna do, And finally I convinced her to watch the least threatening thing that I could find, which was Beatles Anthology 1. Just a documentary of the early Beatles. And so we watched this thing one night and the next morning, the commission had come in like maybe that week or something. And next morning I wake up and it's like all I hear is the Beatles in my head, I hear them singing and I hear their voices and stuff, and I suddenly feel really inspired. I wake up early and I grabbed this notebook and I just kind of like wrote most of it in one sitting. I was thinking too about what I had been thinking about until we watched the Beatles anthology. I was thinking about this. There's an early Italian oratorio by Handel called La Resurrezione, in which there's this one part that I really have always loved, where it's called the plundering of hell. This angel comes down and busts open the gates of hell and is going to steal a bunch of souls that are trapped there and kidnap them basically and take them to heaven. And, we've all been thinking so much about, the abolition of the police state in our country. And it seemed like such a perfect metaphor for prison abolition and stuff. So that's what the piece I wanted to write. And then this Beatles stuff came in out of nowhere, and that was like stuck in my head. So then almost in one sitting, I kind of made a rough draft of the whole piece, and then spent a few days kind of tinkering with it, and then sent it off to David, and then it's been like nothing but fun since then. Till now.
John, Paul, George, and Bingo pry open the gates of hell. Just so everyone
That's the one, yeah.
imagines that amazing intense title.
Amazing.
And now we have the background for why that.
We want to thank Michael Kushner for supporting this new work.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's not just abstract and theoretical. It's like literally my days were different and I spent them doing a thing. It was like it made a real difference in a real human being's life. So it's been an incredible privilege for me. Thank you all so much.
That's great.
Thank you.
We're going to go to Brooklyn. No, to the Lower East Side.
Lower East Side.
Lower East Side.
Studio.
Henry
Across the
Street.
studio right now, and we're going to hear your new piece, Greg. Super excited. Thanks so much for writing it.
I'm going to go watch it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Have fun.
Thanks. See you.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
David Cosby's house.
Okay, that was David Cosson. Amazing, playing an incredible sound there. Unique sound found on the instrument. And he came to us from the Lower East Side of Manhattan, playing Greg Saunier's piece. Thank you so much, David. We're going really. Oh, and also the commissioner. Yes, I did want to say something. Michael Kushner is the amazing commissioner of the piece. It's been so incredible that people have been jumping in to commission these new works written especially for today. So thank you, Michael. Really tremendous that you chipped in for that. And thanks to everybody also for buying a ticket when you can. It's a free concert. Everybody can come, though we know they're coming in from all over. Kenny's been kind of keeping us abreast of people coming from different parts of the world, tuning in and listening, which is fantastic. So it is free and available to everyone, but when you can buy a ticket, so appreciated. It supports the project, it supports the artists. Yeah, thanks so much. So here we are. What's that, David?
It supports love.
It supports love and more, yeah. So from the Lower East Side to New Zealand, Wellington?
Right, yeah, Wellington.
Gemma Peacocke, welcome.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much. It's so nice to be with you and to have this opportunity.
Oh, well, so happy you're here to talk to us. And you wrote for Natalie Joachim, and you guys have been communicating, I'm guessing, across the airwaves because you're pretty far away from each other. How's the process been for creating the work? And tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, well, it's a crazy time for everyone. And so I normally live in Bed-Stuy in Brooklyn. But when things started to kind of go a bit dark and get a bit grim in March, my husband and I decided to come back to New Zealand just in case we couldn't get back home to our families. And it's been a very kind of odd, psychological split between having home there, because we've lived in the States for, I think, 6 years now, and then suddenly being like transported back to our home where I haven't lived for a very long time. And then this commission came in to write for Natalie, who is just the most extraordinary musician and flute player. And I've had this weird sort of manic energy, I think, like a lot of us, ever since, the lockdown started, and we can't create work in the same way as normal. And so when I was thinking about writing something for Natalie, I wanted to write something virtuosic, obviously, because she's so phenomenal. And I just had this idea of flying and birds flying. And I went through all these different names for the piece, because I normally start with a name and then go from there. But this time I wrote the piece, and I had, I think, one call with Natalie. I was trying to figure out what I should do and what I shouldn't do. And her advice was basically, write what you want and I'll figure out how to play it, which is a composer's dream, and also very scary. And eventually, right when I had finished the piece, I came across this beautiful poem by Teresia Teawa, who's she lived in New Zealand at the end of her life. She's a phenomenal poet, born in Hawaii, and she grew up in Fiji. Her father is E. Kiribati from Kiribati, and her mother's African American. And she ended up in New Zealand, and she has this beautiful poem called Pharaoh Flying. And so I took the name of the piece from that, where it kind of captured this sense that I have of being caught, wanting to take off and wanting to be ready, but also sort of being caught between these two worlds.
Gemma, thank you so much for writing this new piece for Natalie. I just wanted to mention that it's commissioned by Maria and Robert A. Skurnick. And thank you so much, Maria and Bob. That's so fantastic.
Yeah,
and Natalie is standing by ready to play Fear of Flying. So here we go.
Thank you, Gemma.
Hope to see you back on the side.
Look forward to watching.
Very soon.
Thank you.
And let's go to Natalie.
That was Natalie Joachim playing a brand new work by Gemma Peacocke, commissioned especially for this event. It's commissioned by Bang in a Can with generous support from Maria and Robert A. Skurnick. Thank you, Bob and Maria, for making it happen. Thank you, Gemma, for the beautiful piece. We're so happy to welcome Mazz Swift into the room here. A remarkable work. We were just talking, well, first of all, we should acknowledge the turtle. Someone actually said you have to acknowledge the turtle behind you.
Take a bow.
Amazing duet with that. Yes, bow turtle. Making an amazing duet with that beautiful piece. Maybe you can just tell us a little bit about the process of creating it, the layers, and yeah, from its inception to its realization.
Sure. Well, first of all, I only right before I started realized that I told you I was going to play something called "Give Up the World," which I did not play. Instead, I thought I'd planned to just improvise for you, and so what I've been doing for the previous hour before I got on was just playing, and so this was just a continuation of my improvisation. I was just trying to get in the mood. I recently have been doing this this sort of it's a Zoom, but you just call in and you take a walk. And I've been listening to these two wonderful women speak to each other. It's called Black History Boot Camp, and it's called Girl Trek. And it's really, really cool. And they're best friends, and one is in Ghana and one is in DC, and they were talking to each other, and every day they pick a new person to speak about. And yesterday they were talking about Ntozake Shange. And it really just moved me. I'm pretty much moved almost every day. But what she says in her epic choreo play, I think she calls it, for colored girls who have considered suicide when the rainbow is enough. She says this thing about like not being able to be kind anymore, and as soon as I heard that, I was like, hell yeah, that's exactly how I feel. Like no longer willing to, deal with the niceties and the code switching that comes with living in a racist society, and has been so damaging to me as a Black queer woman in the world. So I was like, yeah, and Ntozake, yeah. So I just had to just sing about that and play about that. And Moscow is like, yeah, too. Moscow's the turtle. So.
Great name.
Well, it's about this phone conversation, like for someone who's like going, wow, I want to tune into that. What is that? Exactly?
How do we find it?
How does that work?
If you just look for Girl Trek, and I wish I had thought to even have the website in front of me, but it's very easy to find, actually. It's called Girl Trek, or you can search for Black History Boot Camp Girl Trek, GIRLTREK.
Thank you. And the layering, can you just say a little bit about the process of creating?
Sure. I mean, I have this little setup here, and I've got my mini Korg, which is not going through the looper, but I just sort of started leaning on it and turning it, like using one hand, one arm to turn it up and turn it down, and just like moving my arm around to just to sort of surprise myself, which is something I try to do when I'm improvising a lot. And then the layering just was it's just I've been trying to use it in different ways other than the sort of usual rhythmic ways it can be, and make it a little less, or have it be a little less like I don't even know what the word is, but something that I have to stick to.
Right. That felt very immersive and very kind of, it's just like a whole texture.
Thank you. That's a little what I was going for, and I'm a fan of the dissonance. So.
Mazz, thanks so much. It's great. It was great to hear you play, and it's great to talk to you from your Brooklyn apartment, and hopefully we'll see each other again live. Yes. And on some future,
inshallah, as they say,
future live event. So thank you so much. And
pleasure and an honor. Really.
Is David Longstreth, and so we're going to hear him. I don't know exactly what he's got up his sleeve for us, but on to David Longstreth, and thanks so much, Mazz.
Thanks, Mazz.
Thank you.
Hey, how's it going? Bang on a Can Marathon. My name is Dave. I'm gonna play a Dirty Projectors song called Search for Life. All right. Where is the time we spent? Song was too close to home. What happened to the rest? Don't know when I let it go. And now the future will overtake her. She goes to other heights. She waits to sand in search for life. All over our bed, when we wander through the world, together in the clay, hands together in the blue. The weirdos color and party she's living. She goes to other heights. She waits to sign alive in search for love. And Annie, my Hauschka, awake and rosy, protecting what we are with hope and hollies in search for love. Thanks.
It's all you, John. Here we go.
Hey, that was Dave Longstreth. Clap, clap. That was really beautiful. Fantastic. So Michael and Julie have run out for a second. And here I am, David Lang, and here is John Fitzrogers. John Fitzrogers, how are you?
I'm doing okay.
Where are you right now?
I am in Columbia, South Carolina.
And that is where you live?
That is where I live, yeah.
It's not a place where you are hiding from the COVID.
Well, also hiding from the COVID here as well.
Along with the rest of us. Yeah. So we're very excited because we're going to be hearing your incredible bassoon piece, but I wonder if you can tell us something about it.
Sure, well, thanks so much for having me on the concert and for yet another amazing concert today. This was a bassoon quartet that was originally written for this amazing quartet called Dark in the Song. And one of the members, Mike Harley, decided to do a multi-tracked recording of the piece last year. So he did that, and the way the piece is put together, each of the players listens to their own kind of electronic pulse in headphones. These are 4 different click tracks that they hear, and the click tracks don't align at all. So they're just slightly separated from each other. which is incredibly hard to play.
How does that work?
It's really hard. It's really hard to do. So they're off by just a 16th note at a very fast tempo. And so what happens is it sounds like one or two super bassoons rather than four separate bassoons. So what we're going to be hearing today is just an excerpt of the piece. It's about 13 minutes, but we're going to hear about 6 minutes of the piece, and we sort of make this fade out in the middle of the piece. It's really hard.
How long is the full piece when you hear the whole thing?
It's about 13 minutes is the whole piece. But I just even want to say a shout out to Mike Harley, and just an incredible, remarkable musician, and also to Jeff Francis, who did the audio as well, the recording, as well as is doing the audio today.
And we're only getting an excerpt of this piece because 13 minutes for one player is just too mind-blowing for him. And it was
no, I think it's just for the confines of this program, having something a little shorter, but it is definitely a challenge. And the piece, I think somehow the piece is really appropriate to this time in a way, because the technology allows the players to create a kind of music that would not be possible without these click tracks. Yet they never actually play a note together. All floor players never play a note together until the very last note of the piece.
Wow.
So in a way, the technology is also kind of keeping them separate too.
It's also it sounds like a big math problem also.
It was a huge math problem. It was, and they're not always playing in the same meter at the same time, and they've got different kinds of layers of rhythms going on top of each other. And it just takes extraordinary rhythm precision on the part of the musicians to do this. And again, Mike is just amazing.
Thank you so much, John. I was watching you, but somehow my video, I lost connection. Jody brought me back in, but I could hear everything you're saying, and so thrilled to have this piece on. Thank you so much. I know we were chatting during the sound check saying that we're all dedicated to the bassoon. So here we've got multiple bassoonists. And Mike, is certainly a great player. So thanks so much for being a part of it.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
We should just say we're actually waiting around for Mike to be ready to play.
Okay.
So while we're waiting, I just want to just let people know about a couple of events on Sunday, November 15th. There's a one beat marathon. And that's also going to be pretty amazing. So from our portal, the One Beat is a festival that happens through our Found Sound Nation, which is a part of Bang on a Can, and they are involved in music diplomacy and social justice, and it's going to be a global marathon. So Sunday, November 15th. And now we've got the note that Mike is ready to play. So John, thank you so much. Thank you for this piece, and thank you for writing for the bassoon.
It's no stretch to write for the bassoon, and thank you again for the opportunity and for doing all these wonderful concerts. It's just great to watch and listen.
So here we go to Mike Hartley and John Fitzrogers. Okay, wow, that Mike Harley playing John Fitzroger's bassoon piece "Come Closer," which was, wow, it's an amazing workout.
You can't
I don't
have
know
too
how
much
you-
bassoon, really.
Yeah, it's so great. So hey, we're so happy to welcome David Longstreth and from California.
Yeah. Hey, yeah, it's amazing to be here. Thank you. Thanks so much for having me. It's really fun to reune.
But you're like a
beautiful
East Coast
song.
person, aren't you?
Oh, go ahead, Michael. You're saying? I was just saying a beautiful song, but also beautiful range. You know, like the high notes are so sweet and poignant. And yeah, I don't know if you want to talk about writing for your own voice or how you get there. And but anyway, it's remarkable.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, Julia. It's funny, actually. So that song is from so Dirty Projectors this year is putting out a series of 5 EPs, and that song is from the first one that we put out called Windows Open, and it's actually on record. It's sung by Maya Friedman in the band. And I was just saying to Teresa, my wife, like when I was like in the waiting room here, and I was kind of like warming up and doing the song, that I think I like singing this song in these kind of environments, because I'm not the singer, really. I know that I'm not the singer, and it allows me to just like play around kind of registrally or tonal, not registrally because the melody is set, but certainly tonally, and because I'm just sort of like, it's not me singing, not really, like, and so yeah, to lean into different it's really fun to sing that way. So yeah, thank you.
It's beautiful.
I also really love that the name of the song was also on your hat. And so I was wondering what would happen if you played 2 songs. You have to switch your hat.
I'd have to like, yeah. That's true. But I wear many hats.
You do.
I contain multitudes. Do you guys felt? Yeah. The new.
Okay.
Oh no, I mean, just.
Dave, you go on. Dave,
yes,
ask us.
I think between like a kind of like natural like shyness, but also like excitement to see and talk to you guys after a long time, and then with the digital lag, our conversations like tuck, 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 tuck. But what I was just gonna say, like one of my favorite songs from this year is the Dylan song "I Contain Multitudes." And so I was just nerdily, I guess, alluding to that, but wondering if you guys had checked out that record at all.
Yes, I have. I'm a big Dylan fan, and the record is really weird.
So weird.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
I haven't heard it.
It's a really strange record, but it's definitely worth checking out.
Yeah,
David,
I mean,
was
also
wondering what this time period's been like for you. Like, everybody's in lockdown, and you're probably on the road like a lot. What happened to your world? I mean, like, what have you been creative during this time, or
Yeah, I mean, yeah, just such a crazy and amorphous time, and the longer it goes on, in some ways, the more normal it becomes, and in other ways, the weirder it gets. For my band, for Dirty Projectors, we had this kind of map of again putting out these EPs, and I think the first one came out on March 27th, and so it was right in that first bit of the lockdown when it seemed like it might be define only a part of the year or something. And so in some ways it's been really cool to continue to put out music over the course of the year, because I feel like people need these songs. And I have felt at various points like I'm so glad that I have these songs to share. And that we as the band are still sort of like growing it with one another and everything as these things come out, and we continue to make some of the videos and things. But it has made it tricky to sort of be in the moment write new music for me. It feels more like a moment where other parts of my mind or life or something are catching up, and I'm getting, it's cool in a different way because of that, as hard as it is, and a lot of the ways that we all talk about. How about you guys? Has this been like a productive time, or is it, people talk about how, I think in general the songwriters and things that I speak to, everyone's kind of like, it's not good. It's not.
It sucks for all performing artists and everyone who's interacting with the world, and it's just, but I think everyone's like everyone else, trying to make the best of it, right?
Yeah.
And
well, you try to keep doing it as kind of an act of faith, because we all believe that that this will end, and we all want to kind of vote for the fact that there will be a future, and it's going to include this music in it. And so we hope
we're all writing, and but in a weird sort of slow vacuum in a way. Yeah, why not?
It's really great to see you. And after
Likewise.
years, but we've been kind of in touch here and there. So, and thank you for the beautiful song. Thank you for being part of this.
Yeah. Thanks for
chatting with us.
Thank you guys. Yeah. Thank you for reaching out. And I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you again, but yeah, it's so nice to be here.
We're going to William Parker, who has a new work. It's called Hum Spirituals. This is a world premiere. It's commissioned with the support of George Lewis. So thank you very much, George. And we're on to William Parker. And thank you so much, David Longstreth. Great to see you.
Great to see everybody.
Hey, that was William Parker with a world premiere called Hum Spirituals. And we'll be talking to William Parker a little bit later. And thanks so much to George Lewis for supporting that new work. And let's welcome Leaha Villarreal from LA. And it's great to see you. You're gonna have The Warmth of Other Suns, which is written for multiple violins, right? But in this realization, there's just one and a whole bunch of violins on backing track. Do you want to talk about how the piece was?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So first off, thank you for having me. It is so good to see some familiar faces, and it's so good to have the marathon. It was such a staple of musically growing up in New York, right? Being in school and coming to these marathons. So thank you so much for having me. And Andie, yeah, the Warmth of Other Suns, we wrote together. It is for Andie, with Andie. 7 of Andie's actually on this pre-recorded backtrack. We wrote it in 2011, And it takes its title from the book by Isabel Wilkerson of the same name, which takes its title from a line of poetry from Richard Wright. So this idea of migration, of travel, of being on a journey, very much is part of the metaphor of the work and manifests in all of these different versions of Andie, kind of moving microtonally through a sonic landscape. So yes, she'd be playing live her top line, but we pre-recorded her 7 times to get this like bed of sound that she'll traverse.
And how has this time period been for you? You're connecting with other musicians via Zoom, and is it a creative time? Is it a lonely time? You know,
it's a little bit of everything. You know, I'm in school right now, getting my doctorate at USC, and so that was a very vibrant community and you know, a wonderful place to be. And of course, I'm here in Los Angeles, so also a wonderful music scene, even though it's not New York, but it's its own wonderful ecosystem. And yeah, you know, with COVID, of course, in our lockdown, it's very different. We're in school online, and that has its own ups and downs. But just trying to stay in touch with people, stay in touch with my family, and you know, my friends back in New York as well. So it, you know, it has its good days and bad days, but just one day at a time, you know.
You sent your piece to Isabel Wilkerson?
No, I haven't, but I do believe she knows of it, or at least she did at the time, which it just still blows my mind. And I can't wait to read her new book.
Her new book is amazing, Cass. Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, the LA Public Library will download it to me in like 10 weeks. So hopefully by then I'll be done with school for this semester and can really devote my time to it. I'm so looking forward.
Well, listen, it's great to catch up with you, and I'm really looking forward to hearing this. Where is Andie? Is she in?
She's in Brooklyn, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay,
yeah.
Great. So we're going to go to Andie Tanning, and we're going to hear Leaha Villarreal's piece, "The Warmth of Other Suns." And thank you so much for chatting with us.
Thank
we
you.
look forward to seeing you live in person sometime soon.
Me too. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Leaha.
All right, that was Andie Tanning playing Leaha Villarreal's piece, The Warmth of Other Suns. And we are thrilled to be speaking with William Parker. We just heard him, say 25 minutes ago, do this amazing solo for bass, which is called Hum Spirituals, and is commissioned with support from George Lewis. And William, thank you so much for being here to play and talk to us.
Thank you. Glad to be here. Thank you so much.
I love the piece. I loved that it had a really clear structure. 2 bows, 1 bow, no bows. So it was really beautiful.
Well, this piece comes from a poem I wrote called Notes Turn into Angel Wings and Fly Upward to Commune with Birds. The voices of trees hum spirituals. And it's the idea of, which I've been working on for years, which is to get away from, to disintegrate the fingerboard on my instrument. And not use the fingerboard, but play harmonics and use the fingerboard as little as possible. All my whole career, I've had my bass strings up very high. So it was hard for me to use the fingerboard, but I was playing, you know, free jazz and with no amp. So I developed a certain idea about that. Then also the idea is that I looked at the bass strings as each string was a band of light. And when you send light through a prism, through a prism, you get these colors. And the prism is the bow. And when you bow, you're bowing colors. So I've been working on that for a long time. And so all these ideas in conjunction with the idea of light through trees, light through clouds, and the idea of that the sky is always beautiful, which comes from an image of, it could be in the worst situation in the world. And I had an image of a guy in a battlefield, and he's like just sitting back for a minute, and he looks up at the sky, and it was beautiful. And so it never lets you down, it never faults you. And so the sky is equivalent to what I would say sound or music is. It's always beautiful, and no matter which manifestation it takes.
It was amazing also just to hear how ethereal the bass can be, you know, so when you're playing all those harmonics and looking at this big, deep instrument, you know, and you're hearing this like wispy kind of magical sound. That's just fun, the kind of contrast between what you're looking at and what you're hearing. Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah, well, you know, the idea that inside the bass is every instrument, every string instrument. And so the biggest instrument has all the instruments, where if you play a violin, you can't get the bass sounds.
You're missing those low notes. Exactly. That G doesn't really like get you. Like,
so,
true.
Well, that's kind of the theory, and a lot of theories involved, but they kind of dissolve into when you know, according to the situation that you're playing in, and how you hear music and you know, what you feel about it.
I love the prism image. That's really beautiful.
Yeah, and it's I loved when you went back behind the fingerboard on top. You know, the strings between the I don't even know what that's called, and the pegs.
The box.
Up there.
There are so many beautiful.
I'm sure there's a name in Italian for that place.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, well, it's the idea of again using the whole instrument, and as coming from the indigenous people, when they killed an animal, they used the whole animal. They didn't just use part of the animal. So the idea is to use from the top to the bottom, whatever, you feel you can get sound out of. And also, if you work on something every day, you develop a pedagogy for it. If you wanted to play, like, say, keys, I don't have a set of keys here, and every day you would take your keys and you throw them on the floor and you get a sound. Then you throw them that way and you get a sound. Then you say, okay, I'm going to put different keys on here. And you throw them that way. And you worked on that every day for years. And they said, well, what instrument do you play? I play keys. They said, well, you don't play keys. What are you talking about? And then you come out with a whole array of different keys. And then you start to getting together. Who can tell you you're wrong? Who can tell, who can say that's not music? Because you worked on it and you developed it. And that's how it is. Some people play, I don't know who plays keys, but there's a big openings for that.
Well, especially now that you've told them how to do it.
Or bamboo flutes, or wooden flutes, or the theremin, or whatever instrument you want. As long as you work at it, you can find your voice in it, and then through there, begin to create.
Fantastic.
William, thank you so much. Always inspiring to hear you play.
Yeah.
Always inspiring to speak to you. We're looking forward to the next time, live, hopefully.
Thank you. I always love to bang on a can.
Great. Well, we love to have you.
We love having you.
Great.
Thank you.
Stay well.
Bye-bye.
Tyshawn, Sorey. And so let's go hear Tyshawn and William Parker. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
Wow, that was incredible. Tyshawn Sorey, we'll be speaking with him a little later. Everyone who's tuned in right now, thank you so much for listening, being part of it. Thanks to everyone who's been buying tickets. We really appreciate it. It goes to support the art and the artists and our good friend and special guest right now, Tania León. Welcome, Tania.
You.
You, please.
Go, David.
We're going to be hearing some guitar music of yours.
Yes.
Two pieces.
Two
Can
pieces.
you tell us about them?
Yes, Paisanos Hemos and Bailarín. Paisanos Hemos was originally written for guitarist Ana Maria Rosado, you know, she's from Puerto Rico. And then the second one, Bailarín, was written for David Starobin. Yeah.
Somehow I have this association in my head between Cuba and guitar. So it seems like there's a long connection.
Yes, you know, the guitar is a very popular instrument in Latin America. It was brought to Latin America by the Spaniards, you know, I mean, with Columbus in 1492. And then it really was adapted by the entire of Latin America. However, it became really very well known and very tasteful for the Latin American, including the United States, thanks to Ciro Hurtado, you know, from Peru, and Carlos Santana from Mexico.
Oh yeah.
So after that, it became an explosion. And that is at the same time that Tito Puente was emerging. So, I mean, nowadays, you know, there's very actually acknowledging the guitar, very tremendous composers, including Leo Brouwer.
Leo Brouwer is amazing.
Exactly. Yeah. So, I mean, and I love the guitar. I grew up with guitarists around me. And this was an opportunity to start writing for the instrument. Yes.
Tania, I think the last time I saw you in person was at the New York Philharmonic. Is that right? How long ago was that? It feels like it was, I feel like you're the last person that was the last concert I actually
last concert.
Yes, that concert was the week of the 13th of February, you know, and then after me was Ellen Reed, and then after that, the whole thing collapsed, you know, because of the pandemic. So, I mean, the entire program is waiting.
And beautiful piece. It was actually with the Philharmonic. You know, everyone's wondering what this time period has been like for artists, and does it feel like a creative time, a weird time, or all the above? I mean, how has this time period been for you and your work?
Well, I don't know. I get in and out. In fact, a work that I was writing for Philadelphia, it's called the Musical Phone Society of Philadelphia, second 200th anniversary. I have written the work, and all of a sudden, during the pandemic, I started looking at the work, and it's the first time in my life that I am doing an entire work.
Well, it's actually wonderful in a way, because you have that time to reflect.
But I don't know, it has another meaning for me right now. And it's interesting because it's the first time that I do something like this. The beginning and the ending, you know, is the poetry of it's Carlos Pintado, also born in Cuba. But the thing is that the beginning and the end is in English. And all of the other poetry in the center is in Spanish. So don't ask me.
I shall look forward to hearing it soon. You know?
Yes, I know.
We hope. We hope.
We hope.
We're in for a real treat right now. This is a fantastic, JIJI is a fantastic guitarist. And we're so happy to be able to put the two of you together and hear Paisanos Hemos and Bailarín.
And Bailarín, yes.
Bailarín.
And before going to JIJI, I just want to convey my gratitude to you for including my sounds in the marathon. You know, I love the three of you. We have a long relationship, and this is very important, at least for me during the pandemic, to be really connected.
It's so great. It's so great.
Tania.
Yes.
Thank you so
Anything
much.
we do with you is always great. And hopefully we see each other soon in person.
Yes.
Soon. So here we're going to JIJI, and we're going to hear these performances. It's going to be fantastic. Hey, that was amazing. That was JIJI playing guitar pieces by Tania León. And thanks everyone for watching. Thanks to everyone who has bought a ticket. And we are honored to have Tyshawn Sorey here. Welcome and thanks for your performance. I'm just going to scoot out here because my dog is stuck and
barking. We don't want any barking. But well, we'll take it from here. So Tyshawn, can you tell us a little bit about the piece?
Well, the piece that I just played was based on a couple of recurring themes and whatever that I have going on with regard. I mean, it was a spontaneous composition based on themes that I've already worked out for two pieces in particular. One is a piece that I just finished for Jenny Coe to perform with the Detroit Symphony Orchestra coming soon, and another one is a piece that I wrote for Seth Parker Woods that's going to be performed rather, by the Seattle Symphony Orchestra. So it's for both of those musicians plus orchestra. And these are centered on motives that I once had for these pieces, but then kind of threw away. And but I decided to kind of pick those back up and use them as a basis for spontaneous composing. And so that's what the performance was.
Incredible.
I can't wait for the orchestras to be able to play them.
Oh, right. Yeah. No, I'm very excited. And in fact, these are going to be taking place. I think the performance with Jennifer Coe and the Detroit Symphony Orchestra is going to happen on November the 6th, I believe. I forget what time that's going to be, but that's going to happen.
Oh, this season.
This season, that's right. Yeah.
That's amazing.
How are they going to do that?
They're going to be spread out, all throughout the stage and everything, and and it's for a smaller size, sort of an orchestra. So I don't like big orchestras personally. So I wanted to write for a smaller group from within the orchestra. So it's not too many players. It's maybe I'd say probably close to 30 forces or something like that in the orchestra, which is pretty good size, for this piece because it's very, very delicate and it's very quiet. So the winds and brass are going to be, I think, pretty spread out, and the string players, there's only maybe 2 or 3 of each of the strings. So that's going to be a very nice, transparent sort of a sound there. So that's going to happen for Detroit, and for Seattle, I have no idea of their setup plans, but I know Detroit has been going strong with a lot of their concerts and their programming. So I'll be curious myself to see what's going to happen there.
And will you go?
Yeah, I'll definitely go virtually. Yeah,
virtually.
Yeah, because I'm high risk for COVID, so I won't be able to travel. So I'll be at home.
And they're going to stream.
It will stream. That's right. It will be live streamed.
Amazing.
Well, I'll be sure to check it out. Actually,
yeah, absolutely.
So. Yeah, thanks so much. Yeah, I hope everyone enjoys it.
Not just because we like your music, but also because I've forgotten what an orchestra is like playing, by now. So.
Right. Right. Yeah.
So welcome. We were chatting earlier. You said you are just been appointed as a professor at UPenn, right?
That's right. Yes.
Are you a Philadelphia native? Are you going home, or is this
not a native, but I have a very close relationship to Philadelphia. I have a lot of family who was close to the area, and also I've been coming to Philadelphia basically on my own for quite a long time. For the last 15 years or so, I've been making my way down to Philly, playing performances here and there with certain collaborators, and occasionally I would stay like an extra few days or so just to enjoy the city because I really love the city. And I love the rich legacy that this history has, the rich legacy that this city has offered us, for many decades and everything. So that's another thing that brought me here, was just, the amazing legacy that this city has left us, from places, from places like Philadelphia International Records to the Curtis Institute of Music to UPenn, to a number of other, and Temple University with their fantastic jazz program that's going on there right now. And so there's a lot going on musically here. And so it's yet another good reason to be out here, in Philly. So it's
There's a lot of artists moving down there too. I mean, I've got a couple, I'll connect you with a couple of visual artists now making it their home. It's
a great
my mother would be is like smiling right now because she thinks it's the greatest city in the world. That's where she lives. So it's no, it's a remarkable city, and they're lucky to have you. Yeah, so really cool.
Well, I'm really glad to be here, and yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to spending my life here for sure.
Tyshawn, thank you so much for chatting with us, and thanks so much for your performance.
My pleasure. Thanks again, and I hope to join you all again soon. This time, hopefully, in person and in a situation that's not as awkward as Zoom is.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We're going
Thanks so much.
to move on with the concert. We're going to go hear Anna Weber play. So here we go. We're going to Anna Weber, and thank you so much again, Tyshawn. See you.
Thank you. My pleasure. See you soon.
Figure out a way.
All right. Thank you.
That was Anna Weber. That was amazing. That was really incredible. And we'll get a chance to talk to Anna in a little bit. You know, we've been sending people in out of order just because composers and performers are in different locations here. She'll be back. So now I'm really happy that we're going to be talking to Krists Cerrone. Krists, how are you?
I'm great. I mean, I'm COVID great. Like Wade for COVID. I'm really good.
Yeah. Thank you for being so positive. Where are you right now?
I'm in Brooklyn. I'm in Flatbush, the area of Brooklyn where I've lived for the last few years. Pretty close to much of the Bang on a Can staff. I think Kenny lives down the street and so does Tim. So feeling the warmth of that. And yeah, I've been here this whole time. My partner, Carrie, and I have just been, she's a writer, I'm a composer. So she went to her cubby, I went to my cubby, and we've just been trying to pretend the world is not the way it is.
Well, you're lucky to have an apartment that has 2 cubbies.
It's true.
And it has 2 bicycles.
It does.
And it's a way to travel in New York right now.
Well, when my most recent piece that wasn't the one you're about to hear, I was pumping the tires, and it was like they're like sound, and she comes out and she's like, "Oh, I thought you were composing a piece. This sounds like your music." And so I put it in the piece, and then the bike pump was the star of the composition.
Nice. Happy accidents.
Exactly.
If you have found a bike pump virtuoso,
the members of Sandbox Percussion are profoundly good at bike pump. They went through a lot of pumps, you know.
Yeah. So you want to tell us something about your piece? We're only going to be hearing an excerpt from it, right? So
yes, it's like a 17-minute piece. It's called Liminal Highway. It's for flute and electronics, live electronics, and it was commissioned by Tim Monroe, who will play it today. He is a really dear friend of mine, in addition to being a fantastic musician, and he was at the time when he commissioned it, he was a member of 8th Blackbird, and I'd written about half of my piece for them. And he's like, "Oh, I love this. Can I have a piece?" And I was like, "Well, I should finish the piece first before you decide." So yeah, it was. I wrote it actually when I was living in Rome about 4 years ago at the American Academy in Rome, and the way I wrote it was that I basically bought a cheap flute off Amazon for about $60, and Tim gave me a flute lesson so I can play, a scale. And basically I spent, the time tinkering with the piece. And one of the things, I know David's been there at least, is that there's these incredibly resonant spots in the building that I would play the flute and it would have like a 10 or 20 second reverb. So I was deeply inspired when I was writing the piece to sort of integrate different kinds of reverbs, and at the very end of the piece you'll hear what is a 90-second reverb, which is a sample of an oil tanker in like Scotland, which is the longest natural reverb in the world.
Wow.
And so that was one of the things I was really inspired by. The other thing was just sort of literally by messing around with the instrument. Well, a funny thing about a cheap flute is that they make very loud key clicks, and expensive flutes like Tim has do not, because they're designed to not be noisy, because the composers didn't design the flute. So then we had to figure out a way, and you'll see is that he basically plays the key clicks of the flute directly into the mouthpiece of the microphone, and it creates a kind of percussive sound that, it sort of dominates the entire second movement. So I, 20 years of flute training, and then please play these key clicks for 4 minutes.
Microphone.
Chris?
Exactly.
Chris, Tim is standing by, ready to play Liminal Highway, or at least two movements of that.
Great.
Great to have you on the show.
Nice to see you all.
Great to chat with you.
Forward to these.
I'm used to seeing you somehow like almost every day of the year at some concert or another. And so, it's been a wasteland the last 6 months.
I know, Michael, it's hard.
Yeah, it is hard. It is hard. But okay, we're going to get to hear this. That your video, by the way, that Tim made, or you made with Tim, of this piece is really, really beautiful. So anyone who's watching should definitely check that out as well.
Awesome. Yes, that was
we're going to Tim Monroe and Krists Auznieks' Liminal Highway.
Great. Thanks, guys.
was amazing. That was Tim Monroe playing Liminal Highway, 2 movements from that by Chris Cerrone. That was really amazing. So just before we get to Valgeir, there are a couple little things to say. First thing is, if this concert is totally free, no pressure, but we are selling tickets to it as well, no pressure. If you would like to buy a ticket, that would be great. If not, it's free, okay? Also, on the bottom of the bangonacan.org page, bangonacan.org, where we are hosting this, one of the places we're hosting this, there is a questionnaire. So if you are feeling like you want to answer some questions about what you've thought about what you've heard today, or how you feel about life in general or music in general, there are some questions to ask you. We actually have no idea who is listening, but we want to know who you are. We want to know what you think. And so if you answer this questionnaire, you can really help us out. So thanks. And now I'm really happy to introduce Valgeir Sigurðsson, all the way from Reykjavik, Iceland. Valgeir, welcome.
Welcome.
Hi, thanks for having me.
I know this studio that you are in because I was there a year ago, just less than a year ago.
Yeah, time flies though.
Time flies. I'm sorry to hear it.
It's been it's been a strange year since you were here, but studio's still here. We're making music, so that's good.
So you are still being able to do your work there, and people are coming in, and
there's not so much people coming in as it used to. I mean, we've always had a lot of people coming, staying for a while and going and working on projects, but that's kind of, yeah, that's sort of stopped. But I've been doing like projects locally and with actually doing 2 theater projects at the moment. That kind of came about after everything sort of all other schedules changed and new projects came, and we're trying to rehearse and make work, but nobody knows when we're going to be able to actually put them on stage for people. But we're at least making stuff.
Well, we're so thrilled that you took this on. You know, world premiere, commissioned especially for this festival and written especially for Vicky Chow. I hadn't realized, I knew a moment ago, it was offline, you mentioned that you actually have met Vicky before, which I didn't know. One of the magical things is thinking, who would be an interesting pair for who, and what might make some magic, you know. So tell us about the process, and how did you work with Vicky, and how was the, you know, going of creating this piece?
Yeah, no, I think it's a really good choice. I mean, I was really happy when I got the email and it was her, because I knew her from meeting her. And I think it's always good to have met the people that you're working with, even though that wasn't really about working together or anything. It was just kind of a friend introduced us, and she was in Iceland, and we had dinner and talked about music and other things. And then, you know, it's a small, so that kind of comes back in this way. And it felt quite sort of relaxed and natural to start working together on this. And we just had a first meeting over Zoom and talked about what this could be, what it could sound like. And I asked her about like if she was like a fan of some extended techniques and sounds that we might want to incorporate. She sent me a few videos of her doing things, which I just started trying things out. And I ended up actually using an EBow, making a drone on the EBow for the second. It's kind of in 2 parts, this piece. It's short, that's why I chose this title also. It's like 4 minutes maybe. So and then we started working back and forth. I sent her a sketch of what I had imagined, and she played it back and played a Saunier recording back, and I went a few times back on the score and sent her improvements, and I think we've come to kind of finish it together in this last week, actually.
Fantastic. And for anyone who doesn't know, an EBow actually it's a small device that keeps the sound going. So, you know, sound can be just made and you hear resonance, but if you actually want that resonance to keep happening, the EBow. Am I saying that correctly? All you people who know better.
It's like a magnet, actually. That it's designed for an electric guitar, but it works on piano if you kind of place it carefully in the right spot, and because the strings are a lot heavier and longer. So on guitar it works easily, but piano is a bit tricky. But I found this one sweet spot on one string that I think kind of works as a drone, so it sustains the note through this part of the piece, and it just vibrates the string using a magnet or an electric magnet, and it's sort of designed to sit on one string, play one, and then sit on and then sit on another. So it has this kind of sits on two strings, and then the string in the middle vibrates. Basically, that's a good description.
Valgeir, we're so happy that you wrote this piece for Vicky, and I just got a note that she is ready to play Brevis from her apartment in Brooklyn. So from Brooklyn to Iceland, I hope you enjoy her performance, and it's great to have you on this festival, and just to chat with you, and thank you so much. So we're going to Brooklyn to Vicky Chow to hear Valgeir's piece Brevis.
Thanks, Valgeir.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
It was beautiful.
Thank you.
I was Vicky Chow playing the world premiere of Brevis by Valgeir Sigurðsson. And I'd like to say that that was a piece that was commissioned by Bang on a Can with the generous support of Maria and Robert Skurnick. And I just want to let you know, listening audience, that you could be a commissioner too, if you would like. So because we're going to continue doing these, people still need work. People need to make new things. If you would like to be a commissioner, just get in touch with us or the Bang on a Can office or tim@bangonacan.org. Of course, the concert is free, right? But if you'd like to commission something, we would love it. Okay, now.
You're sounding more and more like Crazy Eddie.
I know. Well, it's the hands also. It's like the TV with the hands.
We should also say that David said the concert's free, which is absolutely true. So it's accessible to everybody.
It's totally free.
But when you are able to and you do buy a ticket, it does support the artists. And so thank you to everyone who has purchased a ticket tonight out of the generosity of your hearts. Thank you.
I'd also like to say that only people who are over a certain age know who Crazy Eddie was. So,
used car salesman, think.
Yeah, that kind of thing. Anyway, Anna Weber, we heard your performance. That was really beautiful, really exciting. I think I caught you breathing like 1 or 2 times, right? So, the rest of it was completely circular. So, but that was really fantastic. Can you tell us about what you did and how you structured it?
Yeah, well, there are people who don't know what circular breathing is.
Oh, okay.
You can start with the basics.
Yeah, well, so circular breathing is a way of hiding the fact that you actually are breathing by when you are exhaling, you push air out through your cheeks. And then while you're doing that, you breathe in through your nose. And it's a process that takes a while to be able to figure out how to do, and then it takes a lot longer to figure out how to do it on an instrument that takes a lot more air than just, like blowing, a sheet of paper against a wall. But yeah, I find it, especially for solo playing, to be very useful because I often want to create a continuous texture. So who needs breathing,
It's overrated.
Yeah. But yeah, in answer to your question about the construction of the piece, I guess I've done a few solo things before, and I usually have a pretty set form. I mean, I am an improviser, but there's a lot of landmarks that I've predetermined, and in that piece, the whole end section with the chordal thing was, I mean, I'm sure this is obvious, but that was composed down to the note. And then the beginning section, I had a few, I knew I wanted to start on a certain note, and then there was a bunch of different multiphonics that kind of came off that note with various, just slight manipulations of my hands. So yeah, I had that, and then I sort of knew that I wanted to do some arpeggio kind of different stuff in the middle. Also to give myself a break from circular breathing because it is very exhausting after a while.
Well, the opening was so amazing. I called our, Jody, who's running the whole show, and said, "Anna is frozen." You were so still, and circular breathing, and the sound was coming out, and I just thought, wow, this isn't possible, but it was amazing.
But Anna, I mean, just can you tell us a little about, all the sonic explorations that you've done, get these incredible sounds. Is that something you've done forever? Or is it something you discovered part of the way through studying the instrument? What can you say about your sound sources?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's I've always, since I started, I'm jazz trained, so I come from, practicing a lot of bebop language in college, and then after college I started becoming more involved in free improv scenes, and in a lot of these scenes people had all these extended techniques pretty down pat, and I didn't, because I'd just been focusing on playing bebop lines, which obviously there's nothing wrong with that, but I needed to spend a lot of time focusing on just how to get these other sounds out of my instrument. So yeah, multiphonics, just other manipulations of tone, air sounds, just finding all the little things that I feel like they're they're not seen as like normal playing, but actually they come most naturally to the instrument. They are what the instrument does. If you don't like, if you put a saxophone in the hands of like an 8-year-old, they'll probably play a multiphonic for, before they have control.
Learn it in their lesson, right?
Yeah, and then they unlearn it, and then they like they won't be able to do it again until like they're 20 or something. But yeah, I feel like it's kind of just finding the real idiomatic like soul of the instrument, and just trying to like, once I find a new sound, to figure out how far that can go. So yeah, it hasn't been forever, but it's definitely been a study of mine for at least the last 10 years.
I'm going to quote that idiomatic soul of the instrument. That's beautiful.
Oh,
I love that. That's great. Very cool.
Anna, thank you so much for the performance, and thank you for chatting with us.
Of course, thank you so much for having me on this. It's wonderful.
And we're going on. We're going to hear Nels, Cline and Yuka Honda, wherever they are. I don't know. We'll find out. We're going to talk to them later. But Anna, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again. And great.
See you next time.
Thank you.
Oh my God. That was amazing. That was Yuka Honda and Nels Cline. That was unbelievable. Okay, but now we're here with DBR, Daniel Bernard Roumain. Daniel, welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you for having me. Yeah.
Oh, it's always happy to see you. And so we are also really happy that we were able to commission this piece from you for our cellist, Arlen Glusko. Yeah. And I wonder if you can tell us something about your piece.
Well, first of all, what a fantastic evening at a time when, we're all in these places of captivity and creation. So I really want to thank Bang on a Can and all the important funders and contributors and performers and people in the camera, behind it. It's really, really wonderful. The piece commissioned by Bang on a Can, of course, and Arlen has been. Yeah.
Daniel, let me just jump in and say Herb Leventer.
Yes. Thank you to.
Piece.
Yeah, thank you to Herb Leventer.
He is awesome because he commissions so much music.
He does.
I think it's so important. And, these are advocates, advocates and allies. So it's really important, as is my son. You can hear him in the background there. We're all we're all a COVID family. But as is Arlen. Arlen has been a real partner in this piece. And for me, the names have become iconic. So when we say George Floyd, when we say Breonna Taylor, when we say Sandra Bland, I think they are reminders of not just death, but of life and of vulnerability. So I thought it was really important as a composer that this piece, as do all my pieces, that the title speaks to a place, speaks to a time. I think this is something that composers do. Each of you have done this in your own works. And certainly as a proud Black Haitian American composer, I felt it was important as a man, as a Black man, to really think deeply and seriously about the plight and the continued victimization of women and specifically Black women. Yeah.
How do you think that transfers into music? Like the
Well, yeah. So it begins with an idea, it begins with a title, and then it transfers into music by, quite frankly, the way I think probably most pieces do. It's feeling. So the piece begins with these chords that are sorrowful and mournful, but then there are moments of because I see it as a musical portrait, in the tradition of so many composers, like even Virgil Thompson and Ravel and Mussorgsky and Beethoven and Mozart and Nina Simone. So it's a musical portrait, and it translates by moments of sorrow, but almost moments of victory, moments of joy. And there's an ascent for me as a Black person. The soul ascends. So there's extremes, the lowest string on the instrument to one of the highest strings on the instrument. So that's the musical translation. I think it's an important question, maybe to ask it a different way. If you didn't know the title, what would you hear? And I hope you hear dignity. I hope you hear sorrow, but I hope you also hear life and resolve. Yeah.
I'm not sure we've said the title of the piece.
Why did they kill Sandra Bland?
Yeah. And just for people, there are people listening all over the world.
Yeah.
Do you want to just?
The event was one of those tragic pas de deux between a person of color and a law enforcement officer. She was pulled over. She had a broken tail light. She was resisted, rightfully so. She was taken to jail, and the circumstances are kind of a mystery. Whether or not she committed suicide, no one knows, but she lost her life while in jail for really something that was incredibly minor. She should certainly have never have been there. She was alone. I think that I haven't met her family, but I'm a parent, and if she were my daughter, I would want to know. And of course, the first question, that's the they. Why did they? Because she should never have been, when I say a pas de deux, these dances between law enforcement and Black people are sometimes sinister. And you're vulnerable, and you're put in a position where to obey the law may mean the loss of your life. So that's what happened to her. And of course, it will happen again. And this is all exacerbated because in a time when we really have a focus in a particular way her death is just a reminder of how things have to change. And voting is one way to do that, for sure. Voting matters. Our votes matter. And this election has dire consequences for all of us. And I would say particularly for women.
Thank you. I'm really, we hadn't actually brought up voting. Bang the Can has sent out some get out the vote things, but in this context, we are coming really, really close. And so Daniel, thank you so much for that reminder. I'm guessing, all you people out there are voting if you're here in the US, if you're a US citizen, but yeah.
Yeah, voting is so important. It is a way to define who you are. It is a way to give voice. It is a responsibility. And I've already voted. And yeah, I've already voted. So, I proudly live in 3 places, as you know. I'm a professor at Arizona State University, so I was able to vote in the state of Arizona. And you have JIJI on before, who's also on faculty there. And I'm also teaching at Dartmouth University, which is also our college, which is also a wonderful place to teach now and to be among young college students who are in some cases maybe voting for the first time. So yes, please vote, and please tell your friends and your family to vote. And it's important. It's urgent and it's important.
Daniel, thank you so much. Arlen is, I don't know if she's in Toronto right now or in,
I think so, yeah.
New York. Arlen is the cellist in the Bang on a Can All-Stars, and the newest member of the Bang on a Can, family here, and she's ready to play your piece.
Awesome. Well, I thank her so much. She was a real partner. We met about 3 times, which, by the way, is unusual. And she I'll say this because we're all family and we're all blunt. There's something about Arlen that is so beautiful and visceral. And, if you look at her, you might see a white woman. If you know anything about Sandra Bland and you look at her, she was a Black woman. But there's the poetry of these marathons is that there's a moment where race goes away. And, my father would also often talk about how the soul has no race, no color. It cannot be held. It's confined to the body for only a certain period of time. So there's something about Arlen and Sandra coming together in a pas de deux where race goes away. And I hope Arlen, I do hope that we're getting this right for Sandra Bland and her family.
Thank you. That's really beautiful.
Great. Thank you, Daniel. So Daniel Bernard Roumain's cello solo. This is a world premiere. Thank you, Herb Leventer, for commissioning it.
Yes, thank you, Herb.
Why Did They Kill Sandra Bland? And we're going to Arlen Plisco. And thank you, Daniel.
Thanks, Daniel.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, that was beautiful. That was
Thank you, Arlen. Thank you, Daniel.
cellist Arlen Lusko playing Daniel Bernard Roumain's Why Did They Kill Sandra Bland? That was a world premiere of a piece commissioned by Bang on a Can with the generous support of Herb Leventer. Thank you, Herb. And thank you, Arlen, and thank you, Daniel. It was really beautiful. Hey, Michael.
Hey,
welcome back.
How are you?
So
I'm
we're
happy-
trying to connect. We're trying to connect right now to Nels, Cline, and Yuka Honda, and we're going to see if that happens. Until then, it's been a lovely day and wonderful to see you.
Well, we've got a whole bunch of things, people we can thank if we have,
Why don't you thank them, Michael?
Okay, well.
This is a great opportunity to thank people.
Okay, for starters, I just want to mention some of the commissioners of new works over the past 4 marathons. This is okay, we'll continue this later.
Oh, great.
Because here are.
Do you see us?
We do appreciate
Do you
all those
see and hear us?
Hey, you guys are awesome. That was the most amazing performance ever.
Thank you.
So spectacular.
That was so incredible.
Actually, hey, David.
Hey, Nels. How are you?
I'm okay, except that I'm so embarrassed that I completely lost track of time.
Oh, no, you're fine. Oh.
It's okay. You know, sometimes you make a piece of music and it renders all other music for everybody else completely irrelevant. So that was sort of one of those things.
Not the way I roll normally. And
it was really beautiful.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Just the massive sound and layering. It's beautiful. Yeah, really powerful.
I also wonder what the instrument was that you were playing, Yuka. Maybe you can tell us.
It's called tenorion. It's an instrument that Yamaha made for maybe 5 years or something, and they stopped making it, but it's in Japan. It's Yamaha.
Yeah.
And it's a sequencer, synthesizer, sampler
in a box
instrument.
It
and
was
the light,
fantastic.
the light is also cool. I mean, whatever, it's something visual happening with the.
Yeah, so we like the lights too.
The light is great. Yeah.
Thank you.
So one question I have for you, because I know that you play sometimes in other bands.
Mm-hmm.
So, but it seems like what you played here is very different from what you play when you are in other bands, from your lives in the other bands that you're in. So how do you separate which material goes where, and how do you make a sound for you which is separate from the other sounds?
I don't really separate. It's not exactly that I have one style. It's like home cooking, you know. Sometimes I make spaghetti and sometimes I make sushi. I don't know, but it's all coming from the same place.
So you're saying Nels doesn't cook? Is that what you're saying?
Great cook.
2 or 3 things, maybe.
And how do you develop the piece together? Is it, do you do like section by section, start from the beginning, go through to the end, or make a plan and then start to fill in, or how do you sculpt it?
Well, we had a plan that apparently I somehow didn't quite follow. I don't know what happened. Anyway, yeah, we had some, the tenorion has certain limitations in terms of what it does tonally. So it's basically going to be scale based or rhythm based or both. And so we just came up with a strategy to have a tonal shift and rhythmic variation that eventually happens. And I would do a sort of an ensemble version of guitar, and then I guess, as we say, go off at a certain point. And I think that the intro and the going off parts may have sent me on a voyage into pure Bogart realm, but I didn't mean it to happen that way. But we basically followed our sort of rough trajectory with not enough time in the Aeolian at the end, and certainly too much time at the intro. All my fault.
Hey, it was beautiful.
It
So
was so beautiful.
Playing and sounds great.
yeah, it was
Thank you
really,
so
really
much.
powerful.
Be high, all right?
Yes, thank you so
All
much.
right, thank you so much.
And
Great to have you part of it.
it's great.
Thanks for having us.
Yes, thank you. We're going to go on to the next next piece, which is a performance by Du Yun, who is ready to go. So we're going to Du Yun and by Nels and Yuka.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
I separated myself from each truth about the beginnings of rivers, trees, and cities. I have a name that will be a street of goodbyes and a heart that appears on X-ray films. I separate myself even from you, mother of all skies and carefree houses. Now, my blood is a refugee that belongs to several souls and open wounds. My God lives in the phosphorus of a match, in the ashes holding the shape of the firewood. I don't need a map of the world when I fall asleep. No, the shadow of a stalk of wheat covers my hope, and my word is as valuable as an old family watch that doesn't keep time. I separated from myself to arrive at your skin, smelling of honey and wind, at your name, signifying restless that calms me down, opening the doors to the cities in which I sleep, but don't live. I separated myself from the air, the water, the fire. The earth I was made from is built into my heart.
That was incredible.
Oh my God, that was so intense. That was Du Yun. Fantastic. So we're going to get a chance to talk to Du Yun in a bit, but right now we're talking to someone else. We're talking to Krists Auznieks. Krists, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for having me. It's really exciting for me.
Oh, it's really great. So we're going to hear your piece Arise, which has been commissioned by Bang on a Can specifically for this moment for the bass player from the Bang on a Can All-Stars, Robert Black. So I can wonder if you can tell us something about your piece.
Well, and it was indeed written specifically for Robert Black, who, by the way, is I should say, I almost want to say a monster, but it has so much negative connotation. So he's just incredible. He's really an amazing musician and an amazing human being. And he gave me so much time to work with him. So we worked over Zoom. We had, I don't know, 3 or 4 sessions. So he was really, really generous. And I had the chance to go back and revise it many, many times to really make it into what it is tonight. So the piece is about, well, what are pieces of music about, right? It's so hard to think about that. I've been obsessed with roses lately and for a really long time. And I thought that I wanted to have a rose in a title. And so then I thought, oh, it's going to be called A Rose. But, you know, I also thought that verbs in the past tense, I don't think it's good luck. So I thought that it will be in the infinitive, but at the same time, it will sort of contain the hidden rose inside of it, you know? So the word is there, but it's just not visible. It's not on the surface. And I think this says a lot about how I like to think about music, or how I hope music works, is that it does something underneath the surface, something, you know, that it tries to reach inside of your body, but also somewhere deeper, hopefully, and that's Arise, hopefully.
Fantastic. And did you do a lot of back and forth with Robert? I mean, what was?
I did, yeah. He's so wonderful and generous. As I said, he really encouraged me to do things that I was, you know, you never know with performers. It's scary because everybody's so different, and sometimes you wanna go really, really far and high, and you know, it really depends. I'm not a bass player, so clearly I had to get to know the instrument in ways that I had never known it before. And Robert really was like this, like a sphinx on the river that sort of lets you cross to the far shore. Hopefully, again, I keep saying hopefully, just because premieres are scary. And
That's the great thing about performance. And, you know, it's great you said that, because when we started doing these online events, we were like, hey, there are beautiful pre-recorded things that would be wonderful to share, but the act of it being a live stream, that's what's kind of the lifeblood of what we do. You know, what's going to happen? You know, it's live performance, and there's that energy in the moment. So thank you for actually bringing that to the fore here.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I think that what this event does so wonderfully is exactly it captures that element of live performance, because I've done similar events, but there's something about this live element that you can actually. I wasn't sure if you could capture that on Zoom, but actually, I must say that throughout this day, I really felt like the presence of everyone has been so vivid, and that's really hard to do. So thank you for really. I don't really know what the key is here, but you've done it, so that's really amazing.
I think the fear is really important. Yeah, so.
The excitement.
Yeah.
Because I think also, because we have so many commissions, also I think one of the interesting things is that nobody knows how they're going to go.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like if you curate a concert,
this event.
Yeah, if you curate something and you have a million things and you know what they are in advance, you can guarantee what the show will be like. And what's the fun in that? You know, it's like we're all participating in refreshing this thing together, which is really beautiful. So I'm glad your fear is exactly what we wanted you to feel.
I was going to just say hope, not fear, maybe. But,
hope is good too.
We're about to hear your piece, Krists Arise, that was written for bassist Robert Black. Robert's the bassist in the Bang on a Can All-Stars, and I just want to, just a quick little history. You know, Robert played on the first Bang on a Can marathon in 1987.
Wow.
Before there was a Bang on a Can All-Stars, he actually played 4 different pieces on that. And at that time, Robert had already like commissioned and performed hundreds of new pieces. And he was, you know, back then someone we found, and it was like, this guy is.
And he was in his 20s. Yeah.
Yeah.
Having done all that.
This guy is someone we want to know for a very long time. And so in, you know, we're going to Robert Black right now to hear yet another premiere, your piece. I was really always psyched about this, and thank you so much for writing for him.
Oh, thank you, and thank you to Robert Black in advance. I mean, I'm so tremendously grateful.
And here is the monster, Robert Black.
In a good way.
The hero,
Thank
the
you.
warrior.
Bye, Chris.
Bye.
Oh, wow.
That was the incomparable Robert Black playing the world premiere of Arise by Krists Auznieks, a commission from Bang & Can. So we've come to the time in the evening. We're just about done. We only have a couple of things left. We're going to talk to Do Yun in a second. We saw her incredible performance a few minutes ago. And then we have the great guitar legend, Bill Frisell, who's going to close us off. But before then, I just want to thank everybody who made this possible. First of all, thanks to all of you for listening, because without listening, we are nothing. Thank you very much for those of you who bought tickets. That was really incredible. We have some foundations who helped us: the Howard Gilman Foundation, the New York Community Trust, the New York City Department of Cultural Affairs, Atlantic Records, New York State Council for the Arts, New Music USA. Thanks to all of you. You know, a bunch of these pieces were commissioned, as we mentioned. We said over and over again, this was commissioned. You know, we did a lot of premieres. All those pieces were paid for. The commissioners for these marathons include Stephen Block, Margaret Cullum, Lawrence Greenfield, Russ Irwin, Michael Kushner, Herb Leventer, George Lewis, Raleigh Marcus, Rob Mason, Gordon Nicole, Maria and Robert Skurnick, Connie Steensma and Rick Prinz, Jane and Richard Stewart. Thank you to all of you.
Thank you. Yeah.
That's really incredible.
Amazing.
I also, there's a huge number of technical people involved to make this thing happen. It's a technical, a cornucopia of technology here. And
It's
so
a technical tour de force.
it is. There are many wires all through everywhere, and all these wires are connected to people. And some of those people are Jody Elf, who is the production designer and the director of this show, and the person who has been running everything going back and forth from Zoom to Zoom. We have Pete Wise, who's the coordinator of the live stream. Thank you, Pete. We have Denise Burt, who made the incredible logo. Then the Bang on a Can production staff, Kenny Savilson, Cerrone Lazarus, Tim Thomas, Philippa Thompson, Brian Pituch, Adam Cuthbert, Cassie Whelan, Matt Evans. And of course, at this moment, I would like to thank Michael and Julie. Thank you so much.
I would like to thank David and Michael.
And Julie.
Okay, good. So now we've all thanked each other. That was really amazing. But seriously, the most important thing in all of this is you. And we thank you. This was really fantastic. And we thank all the incredible composers and performers who are on this show.
And David, there's a survey online. Will you take it after this is over?
Are you talking to me? Will I take it?
Your name is David, right?
Yes.
Okay, David.
There is a survey, yes. Does the survey want my opinion? Because I have an opinion.
I don't think so.
Okay, but if you have been watching this on the bangonacan.org page where this thing is hosted, at the bottom there's a Bang on a Can questionnaire, a survey about what you have seen and what you have thought, what you have felt, what you know and what you feel. And it would be really helpful for us if you could answer those questions, because we would like to know more about what's going on in the world.
And for a completely different thing, on Sunday, November 15th, the One Beat Marathon, which is going to be all global and world music, and they're an incredible organization.
The next marathon, you can find out more information from Bang on a Can, but this is our partner organization, Found Sound Nation. We work with them. They have this incredible festival called One Beat, and this is actually the 10th anniversary of the One Beat Festival. And One Beat Festival has brought musicians from all around the world together. In the past, they have all come to the United States from all different countries in the world to make music together. It's a kind of thing that can only happen in America, and it's something that we all feel very proud about. And so the 10th anniversary, because we are all virtual, is some of the alums from this festival who are all around the world who are going to play this incredible marathon. And of course, we will be there too. So we hope that you can make it. So now, after we've done that incredible amount of talk, it would be great to for you to meet Duyun. So Duyun, please enter the Zoom universe. Okay.
She's connecting.
She's connecting to audio.
And there she is.
Duyun.
Yes, how are you?
How are you? That was amazing.
Joining. Oh my God. It was so 2020. Because like, first of all, I want to say thank you to the hurdy-gurdy belongs to Julian Crouch. And I just, we worked on something, and he was also learning something new, and then we decided it's gonna be like the theme of 2020, which is you learn something new and you fight for 2020.
Oh.
And this is, I was like, whoa, I guess I can play hurdy-gurdy. Yeah.
It's amazing. I was thinking, is that a hurdy-gurdy? It's this incredible looking instrument.
And I also wanted to give a shout out to my friend Nick Hufek, who actually made the interactive lighting behind me. So
it's beautiful.
You see this sort of like, because I was thinking like, when we are trying to fight the Zoom concerts, right? Like how can we engage production design people in our live concerts and still have that kind of like surprising and theatrical element? And it also kind of like a challenge to all of us too. So this is what we actually did.
I think this is one of the things that I'm most curious about the world we live in now, is that we are all on Zoom so much that it will stop being the tool that we use to remind us of the world we used to live in, and will become the tool we use to find out where we are going. And so commissioning people to make backgrounds for your Zoom and making all of these incredible theatrical things that you are doing, I think that's the future.
I mean, I think 2020 makes us all like a filmmaker, animator, like what is composer, you know? I feel like we have already forgotten about what does really composer means, right? I think that we are having—
Some of us never knew.
Exactly. So 2020 is actually, for me, it was like, maybe it's a great year for us to actually now can have that kind of conversation with the presenters too. That how can we really like shift this paradigm, and how can we like really open up the archives? And you know, because before it was so boring of that talk of like uptown, downtown. I'm like, oh my god, that's so boring. Like, let's open up that archive. Let's like learn something new, you know. And I think also the strap on the hurdy-gurdy got stuck. So I'm like, whoa, no, what am I gonna do? And then I was like, oh, it's also very 2020, you know, because everything got stuck. So I'm like, let me just like go into this like light source and then make it a stuck piece, because that's where we are now. Okay, I need to like.
Beautiful, and also the imagery, kind of the cracking open of suddenly you see a piano, I think, and you see this snowy Dr. Zhivago almost background or something. And then suddenly the more personal room, it went really beautifully with the kind of angst that was coming out of you, the very dramatic singing, and fantastic.
Thank you.
Du Yun, it's always great to talk to you and see you.
Michael.
And see you perform. Thank you for that amazing performance.
Thank you so much for staying for this whole day, and for putting up for all of us to be connected and challenging us, right?
It's so important.
It's not just like composer and artists, you know, there's so many other people.
It's so important for everyone to know people are making work, they're playing, they're writing.
Absolutely.
They're learning something new.
They're not giving up.
I want to say that the poem is by Nicola Maturov from Macedonia, and the lighting again is by Nick Hufek, and the hurdy-gurdy again is by Julian Crouch. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now to someone who literally can be called a guitar hero, Bill Frisell. So
close the show.
And
okay, Bill.
Oh my God, that was so beautiful. Bill Frisell. I mean, I can't imagine a more moving thing than to hear Bill Frisell play We Shall Overcome. You know, it's just so beautiful.
Broken chords.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you so much for that.
Really, really beautiful.
Thank you.
After this incredible long day of listening to music, I can't imagine anything better to end it.
That was a lot of music.
It was a lot of music we heard.
Right?
Yeah, all over.
A lot of music. It was all over the, like anyone who thinks like they know what's going on. I was like surprised. I'm like, whoa, really? Wow. A lot of stuff is going on.
A lot of creative ideas and incredible creativity.
Yeah.
In a
So
different time.
normally at the end of marathons that are live, we ask people to raise their hands to say who has been there from the very beginning. But since we can't see you, we can't do that. All we have to think is that you were there from the very first moment until the end, and that you must be as in need of a glass of wine as we are. And so,
or you can write into the chat if you've even just had the stream on for the entire 6 hours. You get bragging rights.
Yeah.
Thanks to everybody who's tuned in. Like we said, it's free. We're keeping it that way so everyone can be there and listen. But thank you so much to everyone who was able to buy a ticket and contribute. It's so greatly appreciated. We'll be back with more. November 15th is the One Beat Marathon. It's going to be fantastic, run by the One Beat Gurus. We put together that amazing program. And then stay tuned because we'll be back with more Bang in a Can marathons live streamed.
Yeah. So are we signing off? This is marathon. Quarantine marathon number 4 is over.
Be safe, everybody.
And fill out the survey. Let us know what you think so that we can like keep doing stuff that people like. I don't know what that is.
I spelled vote.
Oh, vote. Okay.
V for vote.
Vote. Yeah. Vote. What's that?
T.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. Oh, I got it. Okay, I got it. Okay.
Bye, everybody.
Bye. See you at the bar.